Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, February the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of thank you, PJ. Yes and yes. So that means you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. So I'm being a little stubborn maybe on this ELMS, just personally. I've taken this short again. ELMS, ELMS, CEO, chairman resigning. Obviously not good news, but I got stopped out the first time for about an 8-cent loss. I've re-entered and we'll see what happens. I do this because in the pre-market, because it is down, of course, way more than 10%. So if I wanted to get this short for sure, I would take it in the pre-market. This is not recommendation for you guys to do the same, but it's down 34%. So, and I was surprised. In fact, there are no more shares available now for shorting at IB. Interesting. Okay. So obviously huge news for companies like Google. Google, man, oh man, look at this. So Google released earnings after hours, up 9%, $254. And I guess they're looking to do a 1 for 20 forward split. And it'll be voted on, I'm sure it'll be passed in July. It goes to a shareholders vote in July. So they're looking to do a 1 for 20. Get that stock cheaper for people to buy. And the other big one was AMD. AMD came through with their earnings report after hours also. Big gap up for it, 11%. I mean, these are big moves. 1.2 billion in the float to move 11%. That's a big move. And there are a lot of, by the way, you know, if you've got my scan, my pre-market actives up and down, you can check really quickly the earnings plays that are meeting these filter requirements. They're up or down. You can do a sort on the earnings date, or you can kind of scroll through. You know, and what I've done, and if you have mine, you'll see that this is in blue. So anything in 0.25 or minus 0.25 those are the active ones. So for instance, there's AMD, minus 0.25 means they released earnings after hours yesterday. Here's Capri this morning, CPRI. And of course, on the way down, the same thing. PayPal as an example. PayPal, big earnings release and down 19%. Or you could just do a sort. You could just sort on the earnings date. And then I'm going to see them all. Okay. It's the beauty of the top list. You can sort on any column you want and get a different look. So what else? MDJH. And do I see any news on MDGH? Don't see, yeah, this is a China real estate company, China Real Estate Services, and as it says, up 130% pre-market. No news that I can see anyway for MDJH. OLB, cannabis play, I guess. CBDs, is that right? Cannabis play? Okay, I'm not 100% sure on this. OLB, yeah, this is, I just don't get this headline. Stock rallies on $1.35 billion in transaction value, post CBD, etc. Anyway, it's up. Lots of volume. Look at that volume. 9 million, 3.5 in the float. So that is OLB. BB, there are a lot of earnings plays, guys, so I can't cover them all, but just the ones that hit my scan in the pre-market. BBWI, Bath and Body Works, not Bed Bath and Beyond. I have to check that one to see if it's a bit of a sympathy play. So anyway, BBWI is an earnings play and gapping up this morning on earnings. Let's take a look at BBBY, see if it's as a sympathy play, if it's moving at all. Not really. And I briefly mentioned Capri CPRI is an earnings play. Big gap up for it. All-time high now. All-time high for CPRI. There it was over here, 67.72, so it's above that all-time high. All right, that knocked me out the Elms, guys. I'm just going to forget about it. Just had to watch that one. I thought when people woke up, they see that news. I mean, I know it was already down a lot, but I thought maybe it would gain some more traction. It may later on, but I'll just forget about that one for now. ARVL. This, let's see, I don't see any specific news about it today. This is, of course, active the last 2 days. And PayPal, PYPL, yeah, we just briefly talked about that one, but let's take a look at the chart for PayPal. PYPL, big gap down. I mean, that's huge. Another huge float, you know, for these ones with these huge floats to move 20%, 10%, that's major. And release earnings after hours. ZEV, Z-E-V-E. ZEV, sorry, ZEV. I think it's an earnings play. I think, yeah, I don't know who this Megan Sharp is, but accepts a new role as global head of something or other for ZEV. EV play, of course. EAT. EAT was pretty active yesterday, and now we know. EAT. Released earnings pre-market this morning, and nice gap up on earnings. And here's our, I don't know, pump of the day. No, it's not Wainwright. So Run. Big pump by Morgan Stanley. Wait for it. $90 price target. $90 price target they're putting on this one. So this has been all over the place. PDSB. This is releasing of some data. The initial reaction popped it up to 681, all the way down to almost 5. It's popped right back up again. So this is all over the place right now. PDSB, the interpretation of the data. In Ozone, Russia stock. Russia, O-Z-O-N. And I guess we're going to call this, we don't have an earnings date for it, but I'm assuming, I'm just reading, they must have released earnings today, O-Z-O-N. So this has got, I mean, if you look here, I mean, it's got room to the 27 mark, 28 mark. Look at all the resistance up here. So, I mean, if it gets going, I mean, that could be, you know, I doubt if it'd get through that. And I'm not saying it's going to get anywhere close to this, but, you know, just look at the daily chart and you can see where there certainly is a lot of resistance for OZON, but that's far enough away if it wants to keep moving. Okay, I'm just looking to see if there's anything else. Yeah, somebody mentioned Clove earlier in the room. Clove, C-L-O-V. Somebody's put a $6 price target on it. Boy, what a disaster this has been, though. This, of course, was a meme stock right back here. Got all the way up to almost $29. Now, full disclosure, guys, I'm in Dave, okay? I've got a position in this. Um, I was just kind of impressed the way it had traded in these weeks when the market was going down. Most of the tech stocks, of course, were going down. So, and this is not a recommendation, but if you hear me talk about Dave today, it's only because it's moving higher or something like that, okay? It's up to you. You know, I don't swing trade very often, but I just sort of impressed by what it had done in the face of what the rest of the market was doing. And what time is it now? 9:12. Let's take a look to see what the analysts are doing this morning regarding upgrades and downgrades. All right, we have a few more upgrades and downgrades. I'll get them in now. There's that upgrade for Clove by Cowan, C-L-O-V. See, an upgrade for TWOU from Goldman. Let's take a look at that when I get this done. See if that has had any effect. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Let's take a look at that. What was the one? TWOU. And see if this is moving at all. Yeah, well, I guess the upgrade, I don't see any other. They've got a target of $25 on this one, okay? But it's interesting. They had a 42 target on it, and they've cut it to 25. Okay, so take it, again, with the old grain of salt. And now, let's get some of the downgrades in. I'm hearing AFRM ringing, text to voice, AFRM, gapping down, I guess, a little bit. Just one moment, please. All right, give me a moment here. Just got to get these downgrades in now. Well, interestingly, I might have to enter this Elm short again. I mean, there are a ton of downgrades for Elms. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them that I see. Wedbush, Davidson, Cowan, BTIG. What? Goldman downgrading Starbucks. Let's take a look at Starbucks and see what it's doing. Okay, so a little bit of a down. Oh, so this is actually, I didn't realize it. So this is an earnings play for Starbucks, released after hours yesterday. See the reaction. Kind of a little bit all over the place this morning, but it's still down a bit. No, it doesn't sound nuts at all. I mean, AMD probably has a lot of room after it being, trashed like most of the tech stocks over the last few weeks. So sure, I mean, it's got room. Look at the daily chart, probably some around 140, 138 to 140. I'm not saying, as you know, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but sure, it has a shot. Maybe not today, but as a continuation. Depends what you're looking for. If you're looking to short tops, Tony, I can give you one that Zach created a while back. All right, you can take a look at that one. All right, 919. So let us take a look for. We're going to have a decent open. Looks like. I mean, the market's starting to fade a little bit here, but the market had a nice pop, probably because of Google and AMD, etc. But let's take a look at the sectors 10 minutes before the market opens. So let's take a look at the sectors and see what we see here. Of course, these can all change, but a bit of a glimpse into what's happening now. Interesting. Normally this is all or nothing for the energy stocks. Either they're all up or they're all down from yesterday's close. But anyway, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major energy sector, the stocks that make up XLE. So what this is telling me, what that 68% is telling me, 68% of them are up from yesterday's close. As I was saying, usually it's a hit or miss. It's either none of them are up or they're all up. But anyway, so that's kind of interesting. Technology, 65% of them up. There's no real massively strong, well, I guess real estate, but I mean, I don't know. I don't even know how to play these, but no massively strong sector. Nor a massively weak sector, really. Of course, this is going to all change once this market opens. Look at this an hour from now, and this can be radically different. And of course, I'm sure a lot of you are going to be following the DWAC, DWAC, still holding that big gain it had. It went from 76 all the way up to 84, 85-ish. Kind of held it after hours and holding pre-market. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, Tony, I don't know what you mean. I thought you were looking for a scan that might give you an idea about what stocks you could short. I know, Cam. I've got. I think I have the list. So I don't know what you mean by that. Then is that for shorted stocks? All right, guys. So this Elms is still intriguing to me. I know I've taken a couple of small losses on it already, but you know, with 4 downgrades and probably more, I'm just gonna have to wait and see if this really collapses. This is probably going to show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. So Tony, can you hear me? Do you have a scan of stocks that are available to be shorted? If that's the case, no, there's no scan like that because every broker is different. So I'm not sure I know what you mean. I thought you were looking for. A scan that can alert you to stocks, you know, that you might want to short. So I'm not sure I understand what your question is now. DT sinking here, guys. DT, I think this is an earnings play. Yes, DT is an earnings play also. Wow, look at this. This is a disaster for it. Another, big float, 184. Boy, we've got some big moves, even on these ones with pretty big floats. 184 million, 21%. Wow. Okay, give me a moment here. I'm just trying to catch up on all the questions. Okay, I don't see any more questions. All right, well, I will keep an eye still on the ELMS. You see if all those downgrades. I mean, it's already, of course, down a lot right now, but never a good sign when they just resign. CEO and chairman. Nice to hear access. Okay, well, come on, Dave. Okay, Tony, can you hear me? Tony, can you hear me? I'm not sure I understand your question. Can you hear me? All right. What time is it now? 9:28. When you say what version, Okay, you need the latest beta on our website. Okay. Question is the races, etc. You need the latest beta from our website. So when you go to our website, go to the download, and then scroll down past the production version and get to the beta version. All right. So I don't think Tony can hear me. He's not answering. So. All right, market's going to open in less than a minute. Beat you to it, William. If you're looking to activate your own, and the market's going to open in a minute, but I mean, if you're looking to activate your own race, you have to take a top list. You have all these different column headings, and you just right-click, launch real-time stock race. Okay, and now it's up to you how many lanes you want. In other words, how many stocks you want, where you're going to base the race on, change from the open, change from the close, or something else. Okay, that's up to you. Or you can look at my, these are pre-built scans, races. If you check the toolbar, you'll see we have some pre-built races. All right, guys, market's going to open now. All right. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. Saw this one in the pre-market, HLBZ. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. This is a streaming service. I know they've been I don't know if it's Italian exclusively, but I know they've done a lot of work in Italy, soccer, etc. Or football for Europeans. HLBZ. All right, guys, let's see. Looking at some of the memers, AMC and GME giving it up so far. Market open, so yeah, as expected, the NAS heavily weighted with tech stocks, of course, gapping up because of, I guess, AMC and certainly, well, mainly Google, but AMC, AMD. Dow's up just a little, SPY's up. Okay, Sophie on the way down, SOFI. Well, Okay, let's see. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts and initial reactions. MDJH, let me see, MDJH. Let's see, is this shortable? This is not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. There was no real news on this that we could find. I could find anyway. Well, DWAC taking a bit of a hit here, guys. DWAC. I know for you bounce players, you might want to keep an eye on this one. This is taking a bit of a hit here. And Peloton, PTON. Again, this is early. I typically do not. Wow, look at Peloton, PTON. What's the low yesterday? The low yesterday for Peloton was 26.59, so it's approaching that low. The low the day before was 26.01. So you can kind of see if it can take out 26. I mean, the next low underneath is 22.81, so I'm going to stick an alert just underneath 26 and see if it takes it out. 25.94, stick an alert there. See if that happens later on. Wild move is right. Reaction to earnings, big $4 pop. Of course, it's just too early for me. What's the spread like? Actually, the spread isn't terrible. I mean, 29.44, not bad right off the bat. Now it's sort of widened, but all right, let's take a look at MDJH. MDJH. So these are the ongoing races all day long. This is taking up my top list and just seeing stocks in relation to the rest of the top list. What are they doing? So you can see the MDJH just had a little pop here. Well, Sophie taking a hit here. All right, so the semis, of course, AMD leading the way here, guys. So SOXL ETF below 3 times ETF for the semis, SOXL. I guess I should have shorted Elms underneath 4, but I'm just sort of a little gun shy of it right now. Peloton continues to move down here, PTON. Again, it's early. Well, guys, again, as I disclosed, the only way I'll talk about the Dave is because it's moving, and But I disclosed earlier I am long this one from actually yesterday. Okay, decided to swing this one, so and I'm talking about it now because it's up, 6%. Now it's up further. I don't know anybody else took that one. Just the relative strength compared to the rest of the market was so intriguing. Shoot, should have Helms. Yeah, shorting on that just underneath 4 would have been gold. Yeah, I mean, it will be interesting, to see what happens with Sophie. I mean, they're going to get a lot of free publicity, Super Bowl, in a little less than 2 weeks. And of course, it's at the Sophie Stadium in LA, so the name is going to be splashed around a lot. AVXL, what are you doing? AVXL, on the way down, okay? Again, this is early. For me, it's early. Oh, Helms. Well, look at DraftKings too, DKNG. So a lot of these stocks that bounced a couple of days ago, well, not a couple of days ago. Look at DraftKings and had a nice 3-day run, but DraftKings now, DKNG, starting to fall somewhat. 2165 is the low of yesterday. Again, it's early. You can see stocks whipping up and down like crazy in the first 15 minutes. And Hood, another, of course, that was, what did it do over the last 3 days? So even Hood, so a lot of these are looking the same. We had 3-day runs in some of these ones that are really beaten up. Of course, Hood got beaten up on earnings also. If I known swing trading was this easy, that's all I'd do. You know what? I'm not going to agonize about the Elms now. I couldn't. That's right. All the shorts were dried up. Anyway, so I can't. So I'm just going to forget about it. Man. You know me, Zach. How can I be in PayPal? How in the world can I be in that one? I should be, but no, it's out of that price range, but man. So if I'm looking at PayPal right here, the next low looking left is 119.43 on the monthly chart. But that's just a slaughtering here, 25% down for 1 billion in the float. Boy, some of these ones that had nice rebounds over 4 days are now starting to take it on the chin here. Look at Fubo, another one. Like we see a lot of patterns like this now for these ones that were beaten up. 3 days up, and now today. Even though, I mean, the market's not like getting kicked or anything, but look at that red bar right there, opening 15-minute candle. All right, so far nothing in here yet. The 10-day daily breakdown. Boy, look at these. Again, it's a broken record here, but look at Snap. 3 days up. Now we have this day here. Getting a lot of patterns like this today. Okay, so I've taken some off the Dave, okay? I've taken some off. I don't want to watch that one drop after, because it could easily do the same sort of thing. 3 days up. So I've taken some off the Dave. Yeah, MTTR, what a horrible trader that was yesterday. Up, down, and then down. MTTR, though, looked like it was going to rip a little bit in the pre-market, but now look at it, and it's almost almost at that all-time low. Yeah, this is a big sell-off here in these popular names like the DraftKings. So I'm not saying Sophie is so popular, but DraftKings and Plug and Snap and I'm gonna put Sophie in there. SOFI, big sell-off. Who is your broker, Alan, that you can short KSCP? That is, you are using Centerpoint? What? Quest Trade? Are you kidding me? Oh, okay. Actually, I'm looking here. There's some shorts available even at Interactive Brokers. 4,000 shares. That's a first. Haven't seen that, so they could get snapped up pretty quickly, I guess. I'm surprised Questrade has shorts available, but yeah, maybe that's the reason. Yeah, troops, rumor of 3,000 troops, U.S. troops, yes. All right, guys. Well, I am very glad. Wow, I'm so glad I got out of that. I got out most of the day around 15. I have a little bit left still, but I did not like that big tech sell-off. I thought maybe, is it Dave going to get affected? So that was a fortuitous sell by me up here. Pinterest, another one, PINS, just getting slugged here. And this is an earnings, what, wait a minute now. This is after hours tomorrow for Pinterest, PINS, but it's just getting hit with all the other tech stocks. Wow, look at, what time is it now? Yeah, it's 9:49, so market is 15 minutes in, but boy, oh boy, this is a big sell-off. Oh, I'm so glad I got out of that Dave, most of it. Wow. Well, you got to pay attention to what the rest of the market's doing. You know, it's a tech stock, so all the techs were getting beaten up, and the market is getting beaten up. One moment. Well, Zach, there's the first bounce play. I don't think we had one yesterday at all. Groupon. I don't know if I want to. Not what the market's doing now, but yeah, Groupon. I guess if the market turns around just a little bit, or at least stops this sort of indiscriminate selling, GRPN could turn into a bit of a bounce play. But definitely do not want to take any bounces as the market is doing this. That's me anyway. Looks bounceless. Okay, I see that. All right, and I can't believe it. That stupid Elms that I got stopped out twice on the short pre-market. It's moving higher. I know some analysts said, we still believe in them or something like that, but yeah, Twitter, Groupon, Snap, Pinterest. That's a great. Well, I don't know what you want to call it. A diatribe from Kramer. How is that Kramer anti-index doing? It's hilarious. The one thing is, guys, the market is never wrong. Okay? You can beat yourself up and think, why is this happening? Why is this stock going down? Great earnings, great this and that. Doesn't matter what you think. The market is never wrong. All right, for those of you looking at DWAC and looking to maybe get in, this is a couple of bottoming tails here. I mean, it got all the way down to 78, a couple of bottoming tails in the 15-minute chart. I'd be watching the market though, okay, the overall market. I mean, this may pop without it, but I'd be watching the overall market to see if this selling kind of abates a bit and see if at least it pauses somewhat. But you've got these bottoming tails here. You know, again, what does that mean? At one point, the stock was down here at 78.61. Buyers took it up here. Sellers tried again to knock it down. Got down to 78 and 79.80. Buyers are here now. This candle has another 5.5 minutes to close. So see if this remains green. And I'm now starting to see a lot of bottoming tails, just like the DWAC. I'm looking at bottoming tails for GME and AMC and AVXL. You get a few of them in a row, eventually the sellers, you know, give up for a while. And they kind of cede things to the buyers and, you know, for a while. I'm not saying this is going to happen here with DWAC, but I see your post, Rob. The one thing about the market, I mean, that's what we try to do. A Trade Ideas, of course, is, I mean, some things are already built into the market, you know, or what, news, earnings, etc. And we, of course, try to find the things that are not necessarily built into the market yet and take advantage of that. Oh, Rubber, it's you. You guys can hear me, right? I'm not on mute. I'm not on mute. Okay, so what is this RDBX doing? RDBX is gapping down. And this is the first one from this, and it's an all-time low, of course, RDBX. I think it's a terrible spread. Well, 27.40, that's not a great spread for a $3 stock, so. That's Redbox? Are they still around? I used to love them. I don't know how many years that is ago, but I used to have the little boxes at Safeway. How many years ago is that? Borrowed remaining availability under its revolving credit facility. Actively taking steps to decrease monthly costs. I mean, I haven't seen them for years. Redbox. I mean, as a company, as a stock symbol, haven't seen them for a long time. And it looks like did they actually try to do an IPO here? Shoot, I did not get this one. I don't know. There was the alert at 346. But how in the world did they go public here? Or, I mean, if that's truly what they did and get up to, I mean, obviously their business model is completely different than having machines to rent CDs from or videos from. Okay, well, the market is kind of, kind of, no, not kind of now. Looking at that red bar, think it was going to be a narrow body, but starting growing a little bit again. What time is it now? 9:59. So about 30 seconds for this candle to close. Let's see what the next candle brings us. Will we have a little pause in the selling? Really? Somebody is saying in our YouTube room that their grocery store still has red box with DVDs. Huh. Okay, well, there you go. Grumpus. I don't know. I can't tell you that. I'm looking, of course, what I see here, but if ever, I don't know, maybe do a poll or something. Well, DWAC did not hold, guys. DWAC did not hold. Okay, well, there you go. Okay, maybe I'm completely wrong about Redbox. Well, an awesome short if you could have got it in this 340 level. I know it's showing up in your bounce scan, Zach, but okay, okay, guys, bounces may start to work a little bit. Excuse me here. Nice green candle now. Will this hold? This is we're only a minute, 2 minutes into this candle. Will this hold? So for no bounce for Groupon, GRPN. So this is definitely not following the market now. Natural gas, UNG, natural gas, UNG. Little gap up here for it. Let's see if this green candle holds, okay? This will be pretty key if it can hold. But Groupon's just getting pummeled here. No news. I don't think. No, there's no. I don't think there's any news on Groupon. Not today, anyway. I mean, I had a nice run, got right into the 200-day moving average, and just got stuck right there. Look, yesterday, tried again. Wow, what a great! Anybody get this RDBX short? Just awesome short. I did not get it. 346, great percentage move down now. 296, that's a great percentage move. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back. Nothing. No, nothing from the AI yet, Holly yet. Somebody's posting in our YouTube room. Now, that's one post, okay? So Wall Street Bets coming out with a target of 50. Why? For Zila, give me a break. XELA. All right, let me see this. I'm going to see if I can make a little change here in my... Just give me a moment here. Okay. All right, guys, so this, okay, what I'm trying to do is create a different color wick here so that I can see it more clearly. There we go. Now we're cooking. Oops. All right, let's take a look at some earnings plays that I didn't see earlier today. New York Times NYT is gapping up on earnings, a nice gap up for it also. There's the 200-day moving average, that's far enough away. Let's see, but here is probably a lot of resistance around 44.61, so a little over $1 away from that resistance. TJ's Bites or Bits and Bites, good morning to you too. Now, I have a little piece of the Dave left. I got rid of most of that over 15. But let's see, Dave is starting to move again up. I'm seeing a lot of stocks now recovering from that early morning drop. Most of the tech stocks anyway. All right, my alerts have now settled down a bit here. I bet you Groupon finally bounced? Sort of. Okay, so DXE, you have to create the race yourself, okay? So if you have a top list, okay, here's a top list. So if you right click and launch the real-time stock race, okay, and now you've got these options. Now, what are you going to base the race on is up to you, of course. Probably you'd want something like it's all based on the columns that you've got. So if you have the change from the open or the change from the close or new 5-minute highs or whatever that number is, okay, that's what it's your choice and based on. You see what it says? I put both of them, the same sort on and the based on. I put them both the same, and then it's up to you how many minutes you want it to run. The race lanes, I would probably put as many as you want. Just hit that. I don't know what probably it's only 10 here for whatever reason. And then if you want it to auto rerun, in other words, when the race is finished, you want it to start again, just click on the auto rerun, okay? So it's not a matter, so you have to start off with your top list, and then right click, launch the real-time stock race. And then after that, I can't tell you what you're going to do. It's up to you. Okay? Make sense? And of course, if you wanted to only look at a symbol list that you created, like a symbols that you created, then you have to do the next thing. First off, you create your own watch list, symbol list, and then you click on symbol list and you add it. You say, okay, only watch this, only the following list, and check, and then it'll only look at those symbols if that's what you want to do. But in general, if you just have a top list, then you just right click and launch the race, and then it's up to you, all those racing parameters, that's up to you. This race right here, it's looking, here's my race setup. And right now, I could, if I wanted to, I can always change my mind with the market moving down, say, I could always say the biggest loser wins. So you can you can also do it. No, we got out of here now. Something about their debt and all, I think, Roberto, if you can hear me. Well, now I'm not sure how to get out of this. Nah, that's not it. Well, that's embarrassing. Well, I'll figure it out. I have to ask somebody. I've never tried to do this to show what it looks like. So let me just see here. Launch raise. What did I do? Oh, there we go. Okay, yay. I guess it just took 30 seconds. Okay. So did that answer your question, DXC? You know, you have to have your top list, and how you run the race is up to you. But to start it, you just right click on the window, and then you'll see launch race. Natural gas, UNG on the run here, on the move here, a little bit anyway. All right, guys, I'm all out of that Dave. You know, I was hoping it would hold that 14. The minute it didn't, I'm out, but did okay on it. Got out most of it over 15, but you know, I'm not going to hang around. I could see if it's going to hold yesterday's low. Yeah, nothing from the AI yet. Here's another one, guys. BSX showing up on the breaking down volume, and it's an earnings play underneath that whole number. Well, it was briefly underneath that whole number of 41. So let's see if the whole number holds and it has a bit of a bounce, or does it continue to move down. On the monthly chart, the next low looking left is 41.08. So if it takes out 41, the next low looking left on the monthly chart is down at 38. So this could get interesting. Another big float, 1.4 billion in the float. Okay, short-lived bounce. You can just see that topping tail. You know, the buyers were trying. Okay, but look what happened. Sellers moved it down here. Very important candle right now. Will the sellers take over again and keep moving this market down? So again, if you're long anything, I mean, you got to be really, you know, especially if it's something that is not necessarily trading on its own. In other words, you know, it's not an earnings play or has some news on its own that might withstand selling pressure. But if it's sort of, you know, tracking the rest of the market, look out if you're long. This elm should show up any time here. What's the low of the day? I mean, the relative volume is huge. Just no shorts anymore now, for me anyway, to Interactive Brokers, but it should show up. Certainly the volume is great. The relative volume filter is 8. Of course, and obviously it's a 10-day daily breakdown. It's got to make a new low though. 366 looks like that's the market low. Opening candle. I mean, look how choppy. I mean, this is, indicative of what we've seen in the market so far this morning. I'll just look at GME because, a lot of people know about GME, but look at this: bottoming tail, topping tail, bottoming tail, topping tail, topping tail, bottoming tail. Very, very, very choppy. Yeah, Groupon looks like it may have found a bit of a base here. The tail will be told in this candle here, maybe, if it's going to bounce a bit, following the market somewhat. Here's one that's going against the grain. Vodafone. Vodafone is it's not an earnings play. Okay, so we don't have it as an earnings play, but I'm looking at the headline. Sees Q3 revenue is rising and reaffirms FY22 outlook. So I don't know if this is an official earnings. But Vodafone, nice little move here. Another huge float. Yeah, I thought, but looking at the chart, it doesn't look. Oh, you mean it was taking over a company? You don't mean it got taken over? Looking at the chart, it doesn't look like that. But normally, you'd see a flat line for the daily, but. Vodafone may need to consider takeovers or disposals, okay? Yeah, I'm just looking now, I'm just scanning through previous headlines. Okay, so I'm sharing, what time is it? Wow, 10:22. So I'm sharing a lot of scans, okay? So I'm sharing these three, and if you want this, you have to go to my homepage, okay? On my, you have to go to the channel bar, click on new, and then dock channel bar, and then not my homepage, but my, what's called Barry's watch list, okay? If you do that, then you're going to see basically this, okay? And then if you want these four right there, which are the other scans, I'm sharing those from my home page. The reason I do it this way is that not everybody wants, all the scans I got, of course. So basically, I just, you have to pick and choose what you might want. So if you click on my home page, and then go to the scan section, right here, and here are the scans. So here are these ones right here, or right here. Okay, and then if you want access to this, you go to the channel bar and click on Barry's watch list, and you'll have something that looks a lot like this. Not necessarily completely the same, but very much the same. Remember, my view is customized to the way I like to see the market. That may not be the way you want to see the market. And speaking of all of that, let's give a big welcome. Anybody brand new to the room today, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And I'm going to start off with a link that's called the Test Drive, February 2022. Okay, so if you click on this link, This will explain what it's all about, the test drive. So it starts February 14th, okay? Now please listen really, really carefully. If you sign up today, what you're doing is you are pre-registering, all right? It doesn't start until the 14th. That's when you start getting live data. 14th to the 28th, that is 10 trading days, okay? One of these days in between is a President's Day holiday, so you'll get 10 trading days, the 14th to the 28th inclusive, for $11.11. It's a great way to try us out. You'll have access to the full premium service except auto trading. You will not be able to auto trade anything, okay? Other than that, it's just as if you were a full premium subscriber. Also open to those of you who have our standard service and want to try out our premium service for those 10 trading days, you can do so. And here's the other important thing. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. When it's over, it's over. Okay? But again, please listen. You've signed up today, all you're doing is pre-registering. And the reason I have to constantly say that is because we get so many emails, people sign up and they say, hey, where's my data? Just got to read, man. It doesn't start till the 14th, okay? So I just want to emphasize that. So that is the test drive. We do this 3 or 4 times a year. So again, you want to try us out? Great opportunity to do that. I'm just going to put my homepage link in. Okay. I don't what do you mean, how do you link the test drive to the top list? I don't know what you mean by that. The test drive is just, do you have the program right now, DXC? Are you a subscriber? Well, okay, the test drive is just for people who don't have trade ideas, okay? It's just for them to try us out for those 10 trading days. So linking the test drive to the top list, that's just not a... I want to say it doesn't make sense, okay? The test drive is just for people who don't have trade ideas and want to try us out. So you already got the program, so there's nothing for you. The test drive is not for you. Okay, on my homepage, there are lots of information. Okay, maybe, yeah, I'm not understanding what you mean. On my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So a way in which we can take out a subscription right now if you want. There's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This gives you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. Annual and monthly, premium and standard, all right? So annual premium, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. No alerts yet from the AI today at this point. I'm sure there will be some later on, but right now there's nothing. So I can't show you what it looks like. Well, I can show you what it looks like, but it's blank right now. I just have to wait for the alerts to happen. You don't have to go annual. You want to go monthly, that's fine. $118,228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Okay, again, listen carefully. If you maintain a monthly subscription after that first month, this is what you'll pay going forward. At any time, if you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15%. 3 free sections on my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up here. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it here. And all of our education is here. Okay? Mainly geared, of course, directly to use about trade ideas. We have a big user guide. We have the introductory lessons, which I really encourage you to take if you're new. Goes over all the basic features. Daily support sessions. I take a break at noon. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Wednesday. It should be Steve Gomez. Okay, I'll confirm that. Before I do take my break, I'll put the link in to the room so you can head over there if you want. He'll be there between 12 and 1. And as always, Chris Varley is there between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday in our YouTube room. Daily webinars. There is one today. Today is, we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. This is the one I kind of help out on. You can sign up for them all. Next week it'll be Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And then back to basics. If you're new to if you're new to trading, great little series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so a lot of information is there, all free. And obviously, if you want my scans, of course you have to be a subscriber. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, you can pick and choose which ones you might like. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market: the gap up, gap down, and the pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market to kind of get prepared for what might happen once the market opens. So a lot of information on in these 2 sections. Save my link, then you can look at them anytime you want. Oops. Okay, so you have to create a watch list, okay, or a symbol list exe, and this is covered. Okay, if you go to the guide, the first thing you have to do is create. Are you talking about you have a bunch of symbols that you want to track? Is that what you mean? Oh, okay. So go to the guide. Okay, click on my link. When you do that, go to the education section, click here, and then click on the guide, the user guide, and then you'll see one of the sections. Where are you? Watch list, okay? One of the sections is called watch list. That explains how you can create your own watch list of symbols that you want to track, okay? Once you do that, then you just, and it should go, I haven't looked at this, but I'm sure it must tell you, then you attach it to an alert window or a top list window, okay? And then you launch the race. So your first step is creating that symbol list or watch list. So go to the guide, and it'll explain how to do that. Okay, if you've created a symbol list already, then it's simply this. If you've created a symbol list already, then you've got to create a top list, how you want to monitor it. Okay, so let's pretend this is the top list. And all you do is you just right click, configure, and then where it says symbol list, you click on symbol list. Then you have to add, if you created it, you have to add, you click on add existing list. You'll probably see it. You probably haven't created very many. You just click on it, and when you do that, when you left click on it, it'll move over to this column. Okay, once it's in this column, then all you have to do is say, click on only the following list. This is a drop-down menu. Only the following list, and check it. And then once you've done that, then it's attached to that top list window. Okay, it's attached to it. And then you just launch the race. And as I said before, how you want to follow it is up to you. It's all based on the headings you've got. If you've got headings that are showing you the change from the open or the change from the close or, whatever, I can't tell you what to use. Okay, does that all make sense? Yeah, so when you launch the race, again, I can't tell you how you're going to monitor it. I mean, that's up to you. You know, launch the race, and again, this is the box that shows up. And, you know, I would expand this. I would take this race lanes. I would probably move it as high as it goes. You know, I don't know how many symbols. Maybe, I don't even know if you can type it in. Yeah, I guess you can type it in. Okay. How long you want to run the race, that's up to you. You know, do you want it to auto rerun? In other words, once the race is over, do you want it to do another one immediately? So you don't have to keep doing the race over and over again? Or you don't have to go through this exercise over and over again? What is the race based on? Is it going to be based on, you know, the change from the close, the change from the open, change from the 5-minute highs, whatever. That has to be, but that has to be a column. It's all, you know, you have to have a column up here. Okay, that so you can pick that column. Yeah, Groupon did not bounce, guys. Groupon did not hold that 26. Let me just see if racing has been added to our guide. I don't know if it has. Because there should be, I know there are some videos on it, but let me just, okay, I don't think it's been added yet to the guide, so. Okay, let's see what's happening now. I've got some thumbnail charts. What's the market doing? So the market has not rebounded yet. Sony is actually, Sony I think released during market hours. Is that correct? Earnings during market hours? Or we had it here. Okay, see, we have it market hours. Very rare that that happens. But let me just see here. Looks like they might have released here though. Netflix, yeah, you were talking about Netflix earlier. Netflix, NFLX, of course, earnings last week, or a week and a half ago, I guess. Interesting day, though. I mean, yeah, nothing from the AI yet. Just a minute. I am going to. I guess I was told that it's in the. All right. So yeah. So if you actually go to the user guide and type in race, you'll see all the information. Okay. Now you need our latest beta. So go to the user guide and just type in race in the search, and then you'll have it here. Okay. That's so you have something to refer to all the time. All right. Okay, so that is for anybody looking about information about the races and how to set it up. Okay. Just go to the user guide. I'll start from scratch again. Just go to the user guide, click on user guide. And it's not its own section. That's what confused me, but I'm sure it'll be added as its own section very quickly. But if you click on the full table of contents, yeah, here we go. So sometimes I don't know why it doesn't show up, but if you just type in race in the search, RASC or CE, okay, and come on, and it'll bring it to you. Sorry. So yeah, you just click. So when you click on race and then just click on the top which says beta version, and then you see it's section 18. Okay, real-time stock race. Okay. So take a look at this. Anybody interested in setting up their own races? I think it's well explained there. But you need to be using our latest beta from our homepage. Man, I'm not sure. I mean, I know it's on YouTube somewhere, but man, it's 7 hours long, so I'm not sure. But just go but again, if you're interested in this, just go to that real-time race. You say you've already created a symbol list, so I showed you how you attach it, and then that's really it. Give me a moment here. I'm just talking with our people in development. Okay, well, okay, Groupon finally had a little bit of a bounce here. Yeah, SPY may be turning now. We had a little bottoming tail here, and yeah, SPY may be turning now. All right, DWAC on the move here, guys. DWAC is on the move a little bit here, bouncing with the market, I guess. All right, guys, so let me just quickly go over what Trade Ideas is. I'll try to keep this brief, but for those of you who are new, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan, the 10-day daily breakdown. If I right-click on it and click on Configure and then Summary, this is showing me what it's looking for, okay? So when you if you want to build your own scans, this is how you always start. You always start off with some filters. But again, I'm sharing all these scans. But of course, you can build your own if you want. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $2 and $35. Current volume is at least 8. That means it's trading at least 8 times normal, etc. These values aren't the important thing. The concept is what I'm trying to drive home. You always start off with some filters. And then if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's why we see RDBX. Now this scan is designed not to give too many alerts. Okay, and the same one with the daily breakout. I don't want a lot of alerts. Maybe 3 or 4 of each, and that's about it. That's all I really want. I want it to be very exclusive. So again, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. And the good news, no programming language to learn. If I right-click on an alert window and configure, and then I click on search, these are all of the alerts that we have. And when we get to these icons, these are the filters that we have. So I always have to emphasize this point. You don't have to learn all the alerts and filters. We have a lot of them because we have all sorts of different trading styles, thousands of customers. And so we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But of course, you don't have to learn them all. It's like an a la carte thing, though. You just kind of pick and choose, but you can certainly go through them just quickly. They're usually self-explanatory. And if you're interested in a little more detail about any one of them, you just click on it, left click on it, highlight it, and then click on Help. And it'll tell you exactly what they're all about. And if you click on Help, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so it starts up here. You can scroll down. But again, you don't have to learn them all. And again, no programming language to learn. And I was going to go over what our premium service is all about, but we haven't. This is in essence what the premium service is all about. That's the main reason people want to have access to the premium service, to see what the AI is doing. Holly, no alerts yet. I mean, it's that simple. And why? Well, we've got strategies that we call making the cut every single day. They go through a backtesting procedure, and then out of the, I don't even know how many strategies we have anymore, but the ones that made the cut, nothing's alerting. It'd be like my saying this. Imagine if this were one of the AI strategies. It's not. Well, look what's happened. Nothing is making the cut. No stock is meeting the filter requirements. Okay, so it's the same thing that's happening with the AI strategies that made the cut. Based on what's happening with the market today, there are no alerts yet. But when you do get an alert, you have there'll be a real-time alert. You'll have the price it alerted at. You'll have a stop price, and how you manage the trade will be up to you. As I say, nothing shaking yet. We've never had a day with none, but I guess there's always a first. Actually, I think the only day might have been Brexit Day. When Brexit was, how many years ago now? 3 or 4 years ago? And I think that might have been the only day that the AI said, you know what, this is too crazy to try to trade today. Might have been also the first day of the pandemic. Well, the first of many, but you know what I mean. Yeah, well, Jay, there you go. May 2016. Jay, of course, is from the UK, so he would know it firsthand. And I think that was I think that day, I don't think the AI had any trades. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back, and I'll take a look at some of these races now. Need to see something with a nice big percentage. How I'm tending to use this is more for pullbacks. So it's because typically, everything you see here means it made either a new high or a new low. Okay. Yeah, well, my elms unfortunately knocked me out a couple of times. Yeah, I mean, it's just I just got on the wrong side of that trade a couple of times on the short. Now there are no. Oh, actually, people are covering now, I guess. Now there are 95,000 shares available. So when I was shorting this in the pre-market, took a couple of losses on it, small losses, but and then when I thought about maybe reshorting this underneath 4, the shares had dried up. Nothing available for me at Interactive Brokers. Now I see there's some, so there's some short covering at Interactive Brokers. I'm not sure I want it now. It's just too erratic for me. I like to see something that moves down, down, down. It doesn't have to be all day, but I just don't like this jumpiness that it had. That's for me. This is the one I would have loved to have seen this one. No, I mean that 346, 260, the low. I mean it's fine. It has bounced a little bit here, but man, oh man, I don't know if anybody was able to take this around that 346 mark, because you had a straight shot down before on the 15-minute chart, right to 247 before it bounced. That's a tremendous percentage move. Now, don't let me talk you out of it. I mean, it may just start to really give it up. But the low in the pre-market, I think, was about 340. Yeah, about 340. I mean, if it gave up 340, I mean, it's an all-time low, so there's nothing holding it up in terms of the chart support. Yeah, that's when it hurts. I'm looking at, what I mean, listen, all manageable, okay? But when I'm looking at my elms right now and what I lost in the pre-market, and yeah, you always say, okay, what if I'd held it? But you can't think that way. This thing could have kept moving higher and higher and higher, for whatever reason. So I had my stops, got out, and that's it. I'm sure you meant priced, right, Zorro? Not primed? I'm sure you meant priced. Or maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, Bed Bath and Beyond. It wasn't moving in the pre-market. I thought maybe it would be. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so this is a bounce, sort of. I thought it would move a lot more, maybe in sympathy with the BBWI. What is that one doing? BBWI? All right, guys, so I'll talk briefly about this window that you see, that big blue window. That is called Brokerage Plus. Okay, the link I put in there, the Brokerage Plus link, it has 2 videos. The short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay? But again, listen closely. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Okay, it's just that we have this feature that if you have an IB or E-Trade account and you want to use this to trade from within Trade Ideas, you can do so. Okay. And if you have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use this, but it's a feature, it's an option, it's there if you want to use it. The other big reason for this is using it as a paper trader simulator, okay? Now, first of all, this is only available if you're using our downloadable app. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. So, you'll notice the toolbar says Brokerage Plus. A couple of options underneath, live and sim. So I went over the live. It shows you if you, again, have an IB or E-Trade account, how you can use this. Otherwise, you can use it as a simulator, paper trader. Practice, practice, practice trading. Not just for people who are new, I guess, but if you have some kind of a strategy you'd like to test to see what it would be like, you can always just practice here. This uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, okay? It just uses our real-time data. And in fact, you don't even need a broker. You're brand new and still trying to figure out who you want as a broker. That's fine. You can still use, all you need is our standard service and then practice trading. It's again, it uses our real-time data. So if a good opportunity during the test drive, you want to practice trading for 10 trading days, you can do so. They're real simple to do. You just click on an alert and the symbol shows up. You click the buy button. You pick how many shares you want. And once you've done that, if you want to go into the market, I'm looking, always when I demonstrate this, I'm always usually looking at stocks with a pretty tight spread, so it doesn't matter if you're going in at the market. And then just click send and you're away. And again, you want to practice shorting. I know a lot of you are really scared about shorting. Well, all you have to do is hit the sell button, okay? And then you'll see what shorting is all about. Shorting is just, it's a concern to me why people get so hung up about not understanding. I know everybody understands when you buy a stock, you want to sell it if it goes higher, okay, for a profit. But, if it goes below where you bought it, you might have to suffer a loss, right? But, okay, let me go back. You buy a stock, you hope it goes up, and you get a profit. When you short a stock, you hope it goes down, and you take your profit that way. It's just another way to look at it. Okay? The only trick sometimes is that, your broker may not have shorts available. That's quite a big difference sometimes. Obviously, you want to buy a stock, there's virtually no broker that won't let you buy a stock. But sometimes, they won't let you short it because they don't have any inventory to short. So that's kind of the trick, but that's nothing you can do about it. So you want to practice shorting, just click that big sell button. Let's do a short on Hood right now. Show you how that would work. Let's do 300 shares. I'm going to sell it. Send to the market. Okay, so I'm short Hood, 300 shares. I got in at 14.08. So at this point now, I want this price to drop. Okay, let's say it goes down to 13.50. I just reverse the process. I buy it. Okay, I'm buying it, covering it, and that's it. That's it, guys. That's the mechanics. It's just the reverse. You want to buy, if you buy a stock and it goes up to a price you want, you sell it. Okay, shorting a stock, you sell it, and then you buy it if it goes down. Now, if the trade starts working against you, to get out of the trade, you buy it. So it's just the reverse. People get very hung up on all this. But here's how you can practice. And this will, now this one, we had a little bit of a bug here yesterday in this. Again, this is in the simulator, but, and this yeah, if you have the latest beta, then this will look the same, okay? The order entry will now will look like this. But this kind of keeps you, this is telling you right now, if I got out of this trade right now, I'll be up the grand total of $7. Okay, minus commission and all that. But if you have free commissions, then you have to worry. But this is, again, this just helps you understand and practice trading, whether you go short or long. Practice, practice, practice. I see H&R Block is an earnings play today. H&R Block is an earnings play. This is, okay, look at this. This could be an interesting short, guys, because look at this. H&R Block, it's an earnings play coming right into that 200-day moving average. So if it gets stuck there, it could easily move down, especially if the market really starts giving it up. But you can see it's trading on its own. This is what we call like an alpha stock, okay? This is what the market was doing. H&R Block was moving higher. Why? Well, it had earnings, and obviously the reaction is good to its earnings release. So it is kind of trading on its own. It's really kind of the goal. The goal here is to find those alpha stocks, is to find stocks that are not so tied into the overall market. Because, look what's happening now. What if you went long right here, some stock that is kind of tracking the market, and now you're probably knocked out of the trade. Unless, you just scalped, at a little position. What we really like to see are stocks that don't really care that much about what the overall market is doing. or its sector is doing. Excuse me. But right now, the market is still in a sell-off mode. Groupon just made another new low. GRPN, another new low. So the SPY is up just a little bit. Dow's down a little. NAS is down a little. I mean, this is not a collapse. But, based on where it was in the pre-market, it's been kind of steady. So now let's take a look at the sectors and see if there's any dramatic difference. So I always like to look at this about 10 minutes before the market opens. And now my guess is that energy is going to be, well, I'm surprised. I thought maybe energy would be a lot higher, but so technology is kind of holding, even though we've seen a lot of those, the high flyers, the Sophies and all those ones have been taking a hit. But technology has actually gone up a little bit, from 10 minutes before the market opened. So what that 60% means is that 60% of the stocks that make up this sector are up from yesterday's close. That's all that means. Okay, whereas only in the energy sector, only 13% of them are up from yesterday's close. And these are the only two right here, MPC and Nova. But MPC, so you look at this and go, I'm wondering if this is an earnings play. Yeah, earnings today before the market opened. Okay, so that's why, NPC has done well. It had the gap up and it's held. It's the only one in the XLE ETF that is up for the day. Well, Nova is also, or no. Yeah, the Groupon, if you took that, yeah, I noticed your post before, Dak. You took that one short. Yeah, I mean, it's still got room. I mean, look at the daily here, $22 or so. $22 is the next low looking left, so there's nothing holding it up on the charts. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going down there, of course, but whoa, the DWAC now getting whacked here. Yeah, red candle, guys, red candle on the SPY. Then we have our first AI alert. SBH, let's take a look at it. SBH, probably an earnings play. Yep, February 2nd, pre-market. So kind of a mixed reaction. I mean, really no reaction. Sally Beauty Holdings, SBH, earnings play. But look at this. Look at the 200-day moving average is looming above it. What did it get up to? Got up to 1908, and the 200-day is 1925. So it got stalled right there. I mean, my guess is that it'll probably struggle to get through that, especially on a day like today. I mean, it is trading on its own to a certain extent, but you always have to be aware where that 200-day moving average is. Yeah, GME. Will it take out 100 again? It's a great trading vehicle, though. Got to tell you that. Got to say that. It's a great trading vehicle. Has wide ranges. If you can just, pick the bottoms, pick the tops within reason. So that's it, guys. I'm in nothing now. I mean, I was very fortunate to get out of Dave when I did, most of it. And I just didn't like the way the market was going. I mean, I would have loved to held this, but you know what? I mean, I guess if it gets back over 1424, I'm going to stick an alert there. See if that happens later. I might get it running again. But right now, in the face of what's going on, I'm just not interested in going long anything. So with this market doing what it's doing, you know what I'm going to do? Show the race setup. I'm going to go biggest loser wins. Now, I guess I can't do it quite yet. Maybe I have to finish or... I guess the race has to finish first of all for me to get back to that screen. Oh, look at the Elms, guys. Yeah, Elms. Yeah, you can set it up for biggest losers too. Yes. I don't know why I can't check it here. Maybe I have to wait for this race to finish. Probably. Let me just see. 7 seconds. Let's see if I can time it. No, I don't know. There's got to be some way. I mean, if you go to these, I mean, we've got some built-in ones. So, for instance, S&P 500. You know, these are the ones moving down. S&P moving down. S&P moving up. As an example, yes. It probably, yeah. So you can see right here, you can have them both going at the same time. I'll keep it on this for a minute. Let's see what's happening. And one of the things we're going to be doing is to get this race started in 5 seconds. Okay, it's at 30. Now it doesn't matter if you have a 10-minute race or a 5-minute race. Obviously, waiting 30 seconds for it to start is not a big deal. But for me, for instance, I want my 2-minute races because I'm more of an active trader. So I don't want to have to wait 30 seconds on this auto because you can select it to run in auto fashion. In other words, when the race is finished, it just starts another race automatically. I don't want to have to wait 30 seconds every time in a 2-minute race. So they will be revising that. All right, well, I actually tried to short Elms at 347 just to see, and as I thought, I could not get a fill. The uptick rule, I kept it there for, I think, almost a minute while I was talking about all this. So yeah, you want to follow the S&P. Again, these are the ones moving down. These are the ones moving up. So all of a sudden, if you see something that's really jumping, and I think, yeah, what happens here, obviously we don't have 500 stocks here, but what happens is if something is, that we don't see here, starts to really move, it'll appear in the list. I think that's called the auto replace. Yeah. On the SPH, yes. So that's one. Okay, let's do another race. Let's take a look at another channel. And now this is stock. This is price and volume. Let's see what this one is going to look like. Again, volumes of winners. Okay, let me see what this race is all about. Increasing relative volume. Yeah, it's just another way of looking at the market. And the way I'm going to really use it more is, yeah, it's great to see the ones that are moving higher or winning the race, but they could be winning the race coming from a mid. Let me explain it. So right here, there's MDJH, okay? MDJH, sorry. But look where it is. See, for me, I would never see this one unless it had a new high up here, okay? I'm not a big pullback player, but if all of a sudden something is basing a little bit and then starts to, start winning this race, I can click on it and see where it's coming from. And so for me, this would be good for pullback plays because again, the only way I would see MDJH again is if it made a new high or a new low. But this is a way in which I can kind of keep track on things that might be basing a bit and then starting to move. I mean, look right here. I mean, what if all of a sudden, I mean, right there, that's perfect. I mean, I'm not saying you take the trade right now, but at least now I can see what's happening. And you can see that if it could ever break out of here was on some volume, it could maybe get back up to this 3 level. So that's kind of how I'm using it. You know, how anybody else is going to use it. Steve, are you the one that's been in the Q&A and has asked the question several times? Great, but how do we use it to make money? Because I'm with you on that. You know, I mean, I was somewhat skeptical about, okay, how am I going to use this thing? You know, but I discovered, especially when the market, a couple of days ago, when the market was going higher, I mean, really I should have this probably on the market going down or the losers. I should change it. So it wasn't you. There was another Steve in their Q&A, you know, and Dan is all over this. I mean, you know, he's all over this, and I have to admit, I mean, I was skeptical. But I can now see a way how I can use it. But on a day like today, where the market is, you know, really in kind of a sell-off mode, you know, I wouldn't, even though something might start bouncing here, I wouldn't expect it to bounce is that great. Yeah, guys, I mean, we were talking about the SPH, you know, I mean, I thought, well, I mean, it's going to struggle probably to get through that 200-day number one. Yeah, so take advantage of, just because the AI suggested along doesn't mean, you know, you have to agree with the AI, especially, I mean, people ask me all the time, well, how do you use the AI? Well, okay, first of all, if I click on an alert and I don't like what I see, I don't care just because it comes from the AI. AI is certainly not infallible. And so that's the first thing that, you know, I would see. I see, wow, that 200-day is not that far away. You've got 19 as a whole number, you know, for me, psychological. So there was a good chance that this would really struggle to move that much higher. And, you know, in this case, it worked. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:25. So let's cover this short, okay? Just want to show you again. So I'm just going to reverse it to cover the short. I'm going to flatten it. Now I could click on buy, but flatten gets me out of the trade. Let's see if this P&L worked better today. Yeah, it's still screwed up in the simulator. Because what that should have said is my total P&L was not the max. It was probably what it was 50 when I shut it down. So I don't know why it's doing that. It might be this development version I'm on. Though somebody said they had seen that happening before too, but all right, guys. I'm just going to have to show the guys that this is still happening. There's Peloton, guys. I have an alert set here for some reason. Is that the low of yesterday or the low of 2 days ago for Peloton? PTON. Maybe the ape sound mates. Okay, guys. Sorry. I'm just internal discussion as always. Just keeping me. Wow. No kidding. No kidding. This has been straight down. So, how to use the AI? Think of it like this, okay? AI is not infallible. So before people say what a horrible trade this was, well, first of all, okay, 1865, in its, I'm not trying, listen, I'm no big defender of the AI, but in its defense, it got up here because there was the alert, that was the candle. Moved a little higher, but you've got to have some trading acumen. As I was trying to go over, or went over, very close to the 200-day moving average, close to that whole number, very highly suspect that it would keep going. So, you know, you can always, what I'm suggesting is that when you get the alert, examine what is happening, because it could go the other way. You know, it's that simple. And why would you take a long trade if it's butting its head up against a 200-day moving average? Do you mean short races? Do you mean stocks moving down, TRD? Is that what you mean? This OLB has been, yeah, but again, yeah, a little bounce here. But I mean, again, you're in the face of a market that just doesn't want to. Not showing up. MRTN, it's probably, is that outside the price range maybe? MRTN? Not showing up in mine. Let's take a look at why. Let's see. Oh, that's why. I have a minimum 500,000, yeah. Okay, Clark, first of all, there are no such things as a dumb question, okay? So anybody who's sort of lurking and has a question, please come forward. I mean, don't worry. There's not a dumb question, okay? The only dumb question is if you ask me 10 times in a row and you keep asking me, that's not dumb anymore. I mean, that's something else. But I'm trying to, be kid around a little bit here. But seriously, no such thing as a dumb question. Because, you ask that question and there could be 50 other people in the room wondering, hey, I wonder if they do have something like that. Anyway, yes, long-winded configure. If you right click, okay, you right click on an alert window or a top list window, right click, configure, search. Okay, I'm going to type in consecutive. And look what I see, consecutive candles. Okay, so you've got different time frames. Now, if you want a different time frame, you're out of luck. But 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, or days, okay? And the way it works on down candles, just put a negative number in here. So if you wanted to see, at least three, if you wanted to see at least 3 1-minute red candles, you would put -3. 14, Bobby, 14. I've done it. Okay? And I know one Stevie G is just kidding around. Okay, Clark, just a negative number. If you wanted exactly, well, you understand. So -3 is what you would use, or a minus number here for down. Obviously, 3 you would use for up. Guys, this just opened. MTech just opened. We're got to close that other. Just a minute. So there's one of your cheap ones. MTech just opened, 3 million, $4 to $6. What is it doing? So far, nothing, okay? Let me go over this a little bit. You know, this is an IPO. It's a question we get a lot. Do you have a scan for IPOs? The answer is no. But I think the way I do it, you know, I'll pat myself on the back. I think the way I do it is probably better than having a scan. And let me explain. I'm just going to watch this one. Okay, so this is what I do. I'm just going to go to my IPO calendar, which I'll give to you guys if you want it. Here's a link to an IPO calendar. Okay, here's my IPO calendar. Let me just get this off here. I'll pop it in here too, into our YouTube room. So, IPO calendar. So what you do is this. Here's the IPO calendar. So these are the ones coming up this week. Okay. Now there is another site you can go to. Also, maybe sometimes you don't see, or I do use another site just as verification. But let's just make this easy. So there's MTech. Okay. So what I did was I typed MTech in. Obviously, it wasn't trading. I did this, I don't know, yesterday or the day before. Typically, what I would do is, though, on Saturday, I would look at the IPO calendar for the upcoming IPOs for the week. Not too many. And I don't care about these ones that end in U. These acquisition ones, these are just the SPACs. I personally don't care about them. But here's MTech. So what I do, instead of just, if we had an IPO calendar, sure, you'd see this and would pop up. Great. I think, though, this is a way better way to do it because here's my price alert. So what I did was I said, okay, I typed in MTech. It wasn't trading yet. So I created a price alert at $1. Notice what happened. When it started trading, of course, it's going to trade over $1. It pops up on your screen, okay, as a price alert. More importantly, though, I knew what it was all about a little bit. Only 3 million shares. The IPO was priced between 4 and 6. And Aegis, whoever they are, is the lead underwriter behind it, okay? So you can see right now I've got some of these other ones. Well, these ones have already, they haven't triggered yet. Okay, so here's some other ones. And when this triggers, I'll know exactly, as opposed to my now having to go, man, I wonder how many shares were issued. I wonder what the IPO price was. I wonder who's behind it. I think this is a way better way of doing it. Does it require a little bit of work on your part? Yeah, but if you want to be, more professional about it, you should have an idea about what the IPO is all about, in my opinion. So, for instance, the ACLX has not started trading yet, right? So I've already done it. I've already put a price alert. I just right-click, create a price alert. I put 1, and then I put my notes. I just put my notes, how many shares, the potential for where it could open, and then who's behind it. Okay? Now, many times in our Halts Resumes, a new IPO will show up as a resumed. So that's sort of it's a quirk. It's not designed this way. But if you have the Halts Resumes, an IPO, I would say maybe 9 times out of 10 will actually show up as a resumed. And you can see that's exactly what happened here. So that's kind of an IPO filter, but it's not 100%. Or an IPO alert. Now, why these can be really exciting, these really cheap ones that issue very few shares, that's when you get some of these insane moves. This is not for everybody, but sometimes you get these insane moves, okay? Witness TKLF. Okay, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but you know, this was very, very few shares. Got all the way up to 43 on the first day. Crazy, insane. You're asking why? It just did. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to happen with this one that popped up, but then look what happens. This is not, let's not kid ourselves. This is not, oh man, I'm going to hold this thing because it's going to 100 or anything like that. I mean, look what happened afterwards. So this is like these can be like one day wonders. Let me get that back up and running here, MTech. For Orb Trader, if you go to our toolbar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, okay, Dock Channel Bar, and then click on the sectors. Sector Status, that's one of the ones we've got here. And these are all theme-based channels, guys, okay? You can take a look at them. You can extract scans. These are all scans. I haven't gone over, I usually go over in more detail, but you can take a look at all these different channels that we've got. As I say, they're all theme based. You want to see stocks going down now, okay? And if you like this scan, biggest losers today. If you like this scan, you can save it to the cloud. You can go through all these different channels, start extracting scans that you might like, save them to the cloud, then you can bring them back one at a time, thereby creating your own layout without actually having to build a scan from scratch yourself. All this is covered in our user guide, but so there's a bit of a learning curve. But once you save a scan, to the cloud and bring it back one time, then you know how to do it forever. Yeah, this MTech. I mean, I'm how many shares already? 1.3. All right, so we've got 319, 320 on the bid ask for the, what was the low? 270. Again, this is not for everybody, okay? If you're new to trading, I mean, we're just doing this because, we've seen this happen before with these really, really cheap ones, and then you just start to take off. I have no idea if the same thing's going to happen with this. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back. Time is 11:47, so I just want to confirm that it will be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room taking over for me. Well, steadily, you can use up or down. Steadily, TRD, you can use the consecutive candles, okay? So for instance, you want to see stocks that have been moving up, consecutive candles. So hopefully you can see what I'm doing. Just typing consecutive in the search. So if you want to see stocks that are moving up pretty consistently, you can pick your time frame, 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60. So you want to see, 4 1-minute candles up, or 5 2-minute candles up, or 3 5-minute candles up. Okay, that'll show you stocks that are, moving up. And the reverse, you add that filter. So for instance, so you put the minimum that you want, and if you want them moving down, you use a negative number, okay, in the max box. So if I wanted to see stocks that have had at least, 5 1-minute candles down, I would put -5 as an example. So you could start off with that. Then, add other filters, for their price range and maybe a minimum volume and things like that. But that'll show you stocks, certainly, that are either moving up or moving down using the consecutive. So, just again, click on an alert window or a top list window, right click, configure, and search, and just type in consecutive. And it'll show you that filter. After that, you can build, how you want to, like what you want in terms of a price range and the minimum volume and things like that. Make sense? All right, so before I do take off, it is Steve today, okay? It is Steve today. Just want to put in the test drive link. Well, one of the things, at TRD, he asked me that question. He's in that person is in our YouTube room, okay? And he asked about, stocks steadily moving up and down using maybe the consecutive. So if you're ever wondering, and that maybe not completely irrelevant to that question because you didn't say consecutive candles and all, but if you're ever wondering about what we may or may not have, if you go to an alert window and right click, configure, search. So as I said, you can click on consecutive. But if you're wondering, okay, well, what do these guys have for RSI? Click in, just type in RSI. This is what we have. If you have something, if you're looking for something like a 45-minute RSI, we don't have it, okay? If you're looking for what we have for MACD, just click it, type it into the search box. If you're looking to see what we have for Ichimoku, well, guess what? We don't have anything, okay? So if you're ever wondering, I wonder if these guys have this, all you have to do is, again, right click on an alert window, configure, search, and to start typing. Now this is also categorized, so if you're looking for more, what do they have for fundamental data? Fundamentals. This is what we have. If you don't see it here, we don't have it. Okay. Candle patterns. Candle patterns. Here's what we've got. And the test drive, again, I just want to go over it one more time. Again, you want to try us out for 11 trading days. 10 trading days. So the test drive starts on the 14th. That's Valentine's Day. Okay, and it'll run to the 28th inclusive, these dates inclusive. That'll give you 10 trading days with trade ideas. It'll cost you $11.11. Well, access to our premium service. Let's put it that way. Okay, so you'll have access to the premium service for 10 trading days. Just as if you were a premium subscriber. The only thing you won't be able to do is do any auto trading. All right, so just want to make sure you understand that up front. So if you sign up for today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You'll get no data until the 14th, live data. Now, typically what we do on the Friday before, so would that be the 11th or the 12th, I guess? About an hour after the market closes, you'll have access to the program, so you can create alerts and top lists and things like that. Take a look at the program to get kind of prepared, for it before the Monday open. Now, obviously, there's no live data because the market's closed, but you can at least check out the program, get a little bit more prepared. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, we don't put you into a subscription automatically. So take advantage of it. We don't have free trials, but that's about as close as you're going to get. And we do this 3 or 4 times a year. Yeah, so Mark, you cannot, if I'm understanding your question, you cannot just sort of say magically, create a dock out of all my free-floating windows. Okay? You have to create the dock kind of from scratch from the free-floating windows. So do you understand how to create a docked window? If not, I'll send you to the channel guide. But the other thing too, you don't have to have. Okay, yeah. So you can create, but you cannot take just free floating windows. Like imagine if these are all free floating, and then just somehow magically saying, okay, take all these free floating windows and put them into a docked window. No, you have to do it one by one. All your free floating windows. Now, one thing you can do. Do you have multiple monitors? Okay, so I do too. I've got 3 monitors, okay? So before we had docking, and docking is not mandatory to do. It's nice. It kind of cleans things up, okay? Here are my docked channels or my docked charts that I have on another monitor, okay? But before that, because the main reason for what your question was usually is because before I would have these windows, they'd be free floating on this monitor. I would have had my charts free floating on another monitor, and I have other scans on other monitors. So what you do is you arrange everything as you want them to be. You put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you will deem as your main monitor. So again, before docking was available, that's what I would do. So I would put it up here. I would arrange all my trade ideas windows on all the monitors exactly the way I wanted. And then I would go to Tools, Options, Layouts. Okay? And then I would check Open relative to main window and save that. When you do that, and then save your work when you exit trade ideas, also, do your save. When you would open trade ideas, again, all your windows will be exactly where you wanted them to be. Okay, so you don't have to dock if that's your main reason that you don't want to have to constantly move windows around. You don't have to use the docking feature. Advice on the NAS, I have no idea. Advice on a break? Maybe somebody else has a... But did you do this though? Did you tools, options, and then layouts? And then check that open relative to main window and save it. And then when you exit trade ideas, you have to save your work. Otherwise, it's not going to know you did this. It's like virtually every other program, right? Maybe you didn't save, when it came time to exit trade ideas, maybe you didn't save because it won't remember you did this. Because I can almost guarantee you, look, I used 3 monitors. It would be a pain in the butt if I had to every single day position all my trade ideas windows. Morning, Das Pips. I'll be exiting pretty soon. Yeah, no, that's what you have to do. That's what I was explaining. Tools, options, layouts. Check open relative to main window once everything is set up the way you want it to be. Okay? And then save. But again, make sure that when you exit trade ideas, you also save your work. Oh, I see. You're in both rooms. Okay. Well, Coop is hitting the breaking down. Boy, this is... what's Coop doing here? Coop is breaking down also. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. I'll be taking my break. Just give me a moment here. Not really lunchtime. It's only 9 o'clock here in the morning. I don't really. I do a video and then I do a bunch of other things. So it's only really a break from the mic. That's what it is. Give my throat a rest. So I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Keep an eye on Dave, guys. I'm wrong. I had just a little bit of this left. This was my so-called swing, my one-day swing. It worked out well, but keep an eye on it. This is an area that if it takes it out, it could start to run again. It could turn into the first red day in 3. All right, just waiting for Steve to show up. I think he's 1 minute. Okay. He is taking a minute to set up. He's just telling me that, so. Yeah, MTech's getting a little frisky here. So a dog, she is a miniature, about a 15-pound white poodle. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve again to show up. What time is it now? 12:01. Now, guys, I'm not ever going to say to buy anything or not. But the MTech is interesting. That's all I can say. All right, Steve, there you are. Great. Okay, I am going to stop my stream now. Have a great hour. Let me just stop my stream now.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome to my desktop. Happy Wednesday. All right, looks like you can hear me. Good. Let me put that on mute. How's everybody? Happy to give Barry a little break here. Midday. Can't believe the week has gone by that fast. All right, so anybody's been holding out some questions, need some answers, go ahead and send them through. Hello, Bill. Starting with market analysis, I think we've had a nice bounce the last few days, and we've bounced right up into the old pocket, or the armpit, as I sometimes call it. Let's take a look, Dave. Vet, I'm in it. Great opening drive this morning, and then right back in. But I'm not giving up on this trade. I've been known to get upset midday with a reversal like that and say, I'm getting out. I'm going to be watching for a couple things here. The reason this trade was picked to begin with was this 3 or 4 day holding there right above the 10 SMA daily average, and it never closed below it. We got our move yesterday and a little follow through on the open today, and now a little give back. But what I'm going to say is I'm not giving up on this trade until it posts a close, down in here in this area, or even below the 10 or the 20. They're converging pretty closely here, so they're probably going to become one and the same very soon. But I'll be watching for that. And also, I'm watching, I talk a lot about with you guys and other webinars, that 5-day rolling moving average I use. Look at how that 5-day rolling moving average, that blue line there, really kind of forced the issue, as well as the 10-day. 5 and 10-day. I'm looking at the 5-day here through my 15-minute prism. Again, these are 130 candles averaged indicators. SMA 130. So if you have an SMA on a 15-minute chart and you put 130 in the period, this is what you will get. And I noticed yesterday at the close and yesterday at the open, that line held solid. So I fully expect this line to hold again when it's tested at some point. I also do not like to bail out of swing trades that are or are not working until I can see the closing data. The closing candle is really where most of the information that I like to see shows up, because that's what everybody's going to be looking at the end of the day in the evening while they drink their favorite beverage and try and make sense of the charts out there. So right now, it's showing signs of a reversal after that breakout. And that's what this market has been doing. It's very hard to get things to follow through, but that doesn't mean that this thing can't reorganize over the next couple of days and give us another push higher. So my risk management is to be very cautious if the price gets back below this 5-day average, and also on the daily, if it starts to close below these averages, they should have held. That's why I'm in this trade. That's why I called this trade. That 10-day average was a wonderful shelf. 1, 2, 3, 4 days of tight range consolidation, and then the move is being made. But I don't know if it's over yet. We shall see. Silver's trying to break out of that little 130 line as well. It's kind of a mess on the daily. So yeah, Dave, I wanted to scalp it too, but there just wasn't enough meat on the bone, and I want to hold out for more, because I just hate it when I get out of things too quickly and I watch them continue to go higher without me. That's no fun. I'll tell you what I did do, though. Here real quick. I have noticed, and probably talked about it too, the IWM has really been lagging the NASDAQ and the Qs and the S&P SPYs. And I've been really timing this trade pretty well to the short side. I'll show you in a second, but trade number 1, I was short up here, and then I covered here on that reversal green candle day. It was a nice trade. Then I reloaded. When the IWM came back up here to the declining 10, I reloaded short, and that lasted 2.5 days. That candle got me out as well. So both of those green candles got me out of a short trade on the IWM. Now, I was doing this by way of TZA, which is a triple leveraged inverse. So IWM's down 1%. TZA is going to be up 3%. So going back to this timing I was talking about, there was my first entry, and then there was my first exit right there. Waited for the pullback, reloaded right there on that 10 SMA with that green candle. 2.5 days, had to get out with that topping tail. But guess what I just did this morning? I just decided this thing's pulling back again. I've been kind of good on my timing lately. So I went in and showed the guys that I bought some TZA at 33.96 this morning, which is roughly right about there, just under that 34 level right there. So virtually no pain in my third attempt to try and time the weakness of the IWM by way of using the TZA as my vehicle. So fingers crossed on that. I saw a question. Ramen, can you please show me how to set R1, R2? Okay, so let's go into that. All I need to do really is just create any single alert window. And I'm going to search pivot. And when I search pivot, you can see we get pivot, but we also get distance from pivot resistance number 1 and the distance from R2. R1, R2, S1, S2, these are all kind of universally accepted calculations on the daily chart as to where the levels of support and resistance and a pivot level might be. So to use these, let's say you wanted to know when something is at resistance, okay? So let's say you're long something, or you're watching. Let's do a long trade. Let's do a distance from support 1, S1 level pivot. So that's kind of a universally accepted calculation. And let's say you've got an alert that's making new lows, new lows, new lows, but you want to consider buying a new low at a support level. So you would take this filter and you would just kind of bracket it. You would say distance from S1. Well, when I see the new low on my scan, I only want to see it when it's, say, 0.05% above that pivot and no less than -0.05% below that pivot. So that kind of brackets that pivot level by 0.1%. And that's just a basic filter setting. So I wouldn't use this with a top list. I would want some sort of an event, like a new high, new low, new 15-minute high, new 15-minute low, etc. So that works the same for all three of these: pivots, resistance, and supports. You would just set your filters accordingly to try and bracket that level, so when a new low comes into that zone, you're going to see it because that filter said you wanted to see it. Hopefully that helps, Ramen. What is the A table? The A table is not something I've really used in a long time because the market is not really punishing the shorts anymore with short squeezes. You know, the shorts kind of, I feel like they kind of have the upper hand, even though the indices keep rising. There's a lot of sell the rip mentality out there, where before it was buy the dip. So when the short sellers feel emboldened, they're not really ready to cough up and become squeezed. A year ago, we had things in this A table. Let's just break it open so you can see it here. PKX. All right, so it's very simple. Stock composite rating, I used to have it at 80. I have it at 70 now. That's like a 10-point index rating, like Investors Business Daily would do their power rankings. We've taken a bunch of filters and combined them and created a score. So 80 and above would be your B students. 90 and above would be your A students. Those are all probably near highs. And then C, it would be 70 and above, which I have here. So that kind of gives me a broader idea of stocks that are doing okay. And then the short float is set to 15% minimum. So if anything that is a decent chart above a stock composite excuse me, rating of 70, but also has a high short float of 15% or higher, I've got them compiled here on this scan. So STAR, right off the bat here, well, we can see maybe why it had a pretty big jump. For the most part, the short float was 26%, meaning that 26% out of the float, which is 64 million shares, almost a third of them are held by short sellers. So when you do get a move upward, you have an extra bang for your buck because those shorts are covering like mad because they're in pain. And nobody makes poor decisions that people are in pain or in fear or being rushed. So this scan just kind of looks for those setups. It's not telling me to do anything at any particular point. This is kind of interesting. This MDRX, all right? I see kind of an ascending wedge here, okay? This thing does not want to come back to Earth. Well, more than likely, we've got 23 million shares in the float, not too many. I'm sorry, excuse me, 120 million shares in the float, decent, but 23% of them are short as well. So I've double-clicked the columns here to bring the highest short floats up to the top, and I can just kind of keep an eye on if there's any possible squeeze. This is a wonderful chart here in CDEV as well. Matter of fact, let me do something here. Trade of the week. Yeah, how about that? So the trade of the week this week, as we just talked about, VET, that's what it looked like when I wrote it. But I also have other items that I like every week, and I pop those down there at the bottom. CDEV, how about that? So CDEV was probably acquired from that scan, going up in a nice trend, but also having a very high short float. And good old DWAC. Well, if you were in DWAC yesterday, you were having a good day yesterday. Thumbs up pretty well. So that's the A table, pips. That's the A table. It just kind of gives me an idea of who might be ready to short, have a short squeeze. And the reason I called it the A table was because that was like where all the, when I first had this set up, it was like an 85 or 90% score ratio. So these were the best of the best. Only the cool kids got to sit at the A table. All right, let's see. What is the difference? Okay. What is the difference from channel bar to dock channel bar? Sure. This is a free floating channel bar here. And if I were to click one of these, boom, my whole layout disappears and a whole new layout comes up. So a docked channel bar gives you the ability to kind of segment that. Okay, so I like this. What's going on pre-market? Let's click that. And you can see this container window is the only thing that becomes affected. Now also notice we've got some new layouts on our channel bar that are going to start incorporating the stock races with the scan to kind of show you, on these scans, which ones are moving up the list and maybe which ones are moving down the list. That's going to be the main component of using the stock races. So your question was, why would I use a docked channel bar versus a regular channel? Because you can really segment everything. It's much easier to do that. You've got it all in this container window and you can resize it, etc. But most importantly, you can just kind of go through and check out the different channels without having to disrupt your own layout, which is called the default layout. I choose to not use the channel bar. I'm pretty old school. I've been using Trade Ideas forever, and I prefer the floating windows. It just gives me the ability to hide things. And look at that horrible AI today. Having a rough time. The AI, I notice and have noticed over the years, it starts to struggle a little bit when the markets get volatile. So we have definitely seen some wide range days here in the last couple weeks. And I think that kind of skews the overnight data process, the machine learning process the AI does overnight. Got wider range, more volatility. So it just always seems like the AI is either quiet or not that great during periods of big volatility. Don't know why, but that's just the case. Okay, so hopefully I answered your question, Mitchell. See how they're different. You're going to have the same channels in each option, but one of them is going to load into a container box that you can segment from the rest of your windows. I never really like to click on these channels because my scans are marinated here. I've got the histories running in them. I can see what's going on kind of in the moment. And I don't like to start from scratch when I do that. Look at the S&Ps are trying to get back up. How does that affect my TZA? Not too bad. Geez, the IWM is up only, it's down 1%, where the S&P is up 0.5%, and the Qs are up 0.5%. So you can really see there why I've been kind of picking on the IWM short lately and just using that TZA as a fun vehicle to trade stocks going from lower left to upper right. Even though it's a short trade, we want this ETF to go higher. Is there a way to save a template for filter settings? Yes, I think what you would do is you could go to save as default. Save as default would allow you to probably start over each new scan with these default settings. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it is from the configure window. You can always click here, start from scratch, or you can always go back and find something that you were working on. So you could create like you could create a scan and then look for it in these recent settings, and then you could always start with, hey, biggest gainers. I'm going to start with that template right there. There we go. There's those templates that come in there. So there's kind of a nice little backup configuration tree here if you weren't out aware of it that you could probably do that with. All right. Good, Mitchell. Okay, Debbie, can you talk about how to use a based on versus a sort on? I'm going to probably wing it here. So let's just open up a, we need a T window. There we go. T window launch real-time stock race, which I was doing. I'll talk about that pro gap scan in a minute. So we could do 5 cars and minutes to run, all the basic stuff. But based on, okay. So I believe based on is going to be, I like change from the open on this particular one, and then you can see it's also sorting on change from the open. But we're going to run the race based on the change from the open. But if I want to see the sort of a different relative, maybe I want to see them in terms of relative volume. The car race is still based on change from the open, but you're sorting who's on top and who's on bottom based on these secondary filters. Go ahead and run that real quick. So this is really kind of my newest iteration. Pro gaps. What is a pro gap? A pro gap is something that has been in a horrible downtrend and then all of a sudden gaps up, like Easy PM did today. This is a pretty good example here. But anytime the market or the participants, the position holders, are caught leaning in the wrong direction. So if everybody's leaning short, let's say this Easy PM, this one is different because it had a big gap down prior, but the point is it has to gap up above yesterday's range. Also has to be in a downtrend. How do we configure that? Well, let's take a look. Here's my simple price. Change from the close, obviously it's going to be up 1% because I have a gap filter in there. My gap is a 3% gap. Here's the money filter right here. This is how I find things that are in a downtrend. Change over the last 20 days are at least down 12% from 20 days. So it's a negative 12 in the max. Will ensure that I see only stocks that have been beaten up at least 12% over the last 20 days. Position in previous days range. These are very powerful filters. The position and range family filter. Well, this is position in previous days range. And we can use values above 100 and we can use values below 0. But 0 is yesterday's low and 100 is yesterday's high. So having a minimum of 101 ensures me that the gap that did occur is in fact above yesterday's high. And that's really the key for this particular scan, being down at least 12% in 20 days, gapping up at least 3% today. But more importantly, the gap is in relation to yesterday's range. It's above yesterday's close. Or, excuse me, it's above the high of yesterday. And that's what's important for the scan. And so when I ran the stock race on this, it occurred to me, well, okay, so these are all things gapping up. I don't want to do change from the close because if I were to sort that race on change from the close, I'm going to see a lot of things that gapped up maybe 10%, but already sold off 3%. But they're not up as much as something from change from the open that might have started with a small 3% gap and then ran 4%. So we're trying to avoid the gap and crap by doing the race sorted based on, well, here's an old one. I did that one this morning. Let's find the one I just did. So based on when we first started running this race, it appears that change from the close, and you can change from the open, and as you can see now, we can qualify that. We can remind ourselves, yeah, this race is being run based on change from the open. So I hope that helps, Debbie. Yeah, lots of algos out there. So it was my, idea to marry up the stock race with the Pro Gap. And yes, Iris, I will give you a copy, and anybody else who wants a copy. But to me, that seemed to be the most informative way to view and visualize that data. Sure, they're all going to gap up, but what happens when the bell rings? I want to see the ones that are running from their open, not from yesterday's change of close. So we'll save and share this. All right, Pro Gaps. So that's in the chat window for anybody who wants it. I believe so, Debbie. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe so. The based on is definitely the way I said it. But sort by, I would imagine you can sort by something different if you really wanted to. I haven't really messed with that setting. And it's always possible. You might want a second opinion. I'm still learning this this new thing myself. Can we have an alert tied to a chart so that when the alert fires, it shows the chart? Yes. Here's how it works. Maybe you're not familiar with, but let's go ahead and set one here. So let's say we're waiting for DWAC to maybe clear 80 again. So I'll right click in the chart, create price alert, modify the price alert. We'll call it 80.01. So that's set as that blue line. That blue line means it is active. Now what happens if the price comes back up from underneath and triggers that blue line at 80.01? You will have a splash screen appear in front of you that looks like this. And the chart's not going to, okay, so you don't want a price alert. So you have to click on the chart to get the chart when the price alert comes. There's really no other chart function alert notification. I mean, so if you're already aware of that, then yeah, that's all we've got. I understand your question. So when the alert comes through, why can't it just show the chart automatically? The only thing that comes even remotely close to that is what we would call the stock surfing, idea surfing. Idea surfing only looks at top list windows, and it's only going to show you the top 3. And it'll cycle through the charts every 5 or 6 seconds of every window that you have open, but only the top 3 of a T window. It's not going to show you immediately of an A window. When something came out, the price will, or the chart will update for you. The only thing you can do, on those 75% pullbacks or stock halts is create a sound alert. So I would say it's so simple to just come in here and double click, start from scratch, and to make a halt and a resume, and add those 2 alerts, enable those 2 alerts, and that's all you got. So once you launch that, it shows us the very last one to come through. You would have to basically go to properties, actions, and I would suggest creating a sound setup, maybe text to speech. So I know going forward, it's not pulling the chart up for me, but you're getting an audible alert that says, hey, something just happens. Click on the chart, see what's going on. That's really the closest I think we can get to that. Is it possible to import preset scans like the ones you're showing us? Well, I'm assuming that you might be talking about my configure window when I went back to these recent settings, okay? Those are my recent settings, but you'll notice there are some preconceived ideas, gainers, losers, ranges. So there are some pre-built ideas here in this window tree if you were looking for it. Otherwise, you have to literally, use the cloud code to share scans. So if somebody asks me if they want something, I give them the cloud code. We have affiliate traders out there who have their own social media platform, and they're using trade ideas to show how they use it in their method. And sometimes those people create some really cool scans, and they might share with those scans with their followers. But that's the cloud function, and I would assume you probably already know what that is, how to save and share with the cloud. Also, TRD, there is a great channel called Traders Vault. All right, I'm not going to click it because it'll take all my windows away, but Traders Vault will open up like, I don't know, 25 or so pre-configured scans that we use. I think I've got the A tables in there, I think. It might be time to maybe put pro gaps in there, but the traders here all kind of contribute equally to that channel. They're things we've talked about in the past, so you can go check out and kind of cruise and peruse that channel if you want, Traders Vault, and you might get some ideas in there as well. And what you would do is once you're on that channel, you're going to have a bunch of scans just like this. You just say, okay, I like this particular scan here, the A table. I'm just going to save that to my cloud. Right click, save to cloud. Now it's waiting for me. So you can leave that channel, come back to your default layout, and then pull it up by loading from the cloud, that one single scan, and slowly build your own default layout. Yeah, so if I had 1, 2, 3 windows, let's do that. So we'll go to Tools, Options, and from there you enable idea surfing, which I hate to do, but I'm going to do it. All right, let's see what happens if I just let it alone. I don't think there's any other settings I need to do. Let me double check that. Idea surfing paused, so that got to slide that out and open that up. There we go. Currently idea surfing. All right, UNG. Where did UNG come from? All right, let's start over here and see what's going on. Let's wait for the next update. Idea surfing. No, paused. I want to turn it back on. Okay, currently idea surfing. Thank you, SBH. Where is SBH coming from? AI. Okay, so it includes the AI as well. So it'll cycle through. That's where UNG was. SBH. It's going to go to PKX next. There's PKX. And after that, it'll probably start cycling through one of my top lists, either here or here or here, as you pointed out. FNGD. Where the hell did that come from? HESM. You know what? Maybe it's because I have, I know what it is. It's because I probably have a top list down here somewhere that it's going through. I think even though the top list might be minimized, they're still probably starting. So that's just one of the few reasons I don't like using the idea surfing. I'm just much more manual, but that's really the closest I think we could come. Let's turn that off. Okay. Can you talk about Market Explorer? Yes, this is really the foundation of a new branch of information that's going to be available to the Trade Ideas user. And it's primarily going to be geared towards somebody who doesn't want to come in here and mess with all this stuff. Where do I put what do I do with these? I don't know. So we recognize there's a lot of veterans who have been using Trade Ideas for 15 years. We never hear from them. They just do what they do, and they've streamlined it. But we recognize there's a lot of new traders coming into the industry over the last couple of years, a lot of interest in the markets, but the markets are a really nasty, heavy learning curve, and you usually make you learn your lessons through losses and pain. And so the Market Explorer is going to be something that is basically a pre-canned idea generator. Okay, so we can go to New Market Explorer. Okay, it starts off blank. But what you gotta kind of do is go through the server window, and you got to know what it is you're trying to scan for. I'll show you a couple of my favorite scans. Actually, one that I added, and Michael coded it for us, is the gap up and pull back to the 10 SMA. So let's click that. Now we've got this spreadsheet grid pattern, which is also going to be reworked in the future. But this is our new idea generating system from guys who've been doing this shit for 20 years, 15 years, and giving you ideas that we configured and things that you might like based on, again, based on popular names, 80-20 cross, RSI divergence, bull flag, bear flag. We can come back to that one. But for right now, let's sort by date. Here we go. We got all our 222s in here. These are things that are apparently have gapped up on the daily chart and have pulled back to kind of fill that gap, or even more importantly, the 10 SMA. Let's take a look. All right, so there was a gap, and now it pulled back to the 10 SMA. That's not really what I'm looking for. Not really that one either. You're going to have to wade through a lot of stuff that you don't like traditionally. So I'm not really seeing anything in the last 2 days that I like here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So this one was a gap up here on that day and a pullback to the 10 SMA, and there it is on 131 right there. So it gave us the stock that looked like that. So it gapped up this day, pulled back down, and then found the 10 SMA. But honestly, guys, I'm not really seeing too much I like out of that scan today. Let's try something, another well-known name, the bull flag. All right, are there any bull flags out there? Looks like our sort is correct. So we got a couple today. All right, so before today it came in, I was calling that a bull flag. That's probably a bull flag, a big upward move and some sideways consolidation. That's definitely a bull flag. So all three of those, I like this one the best. Okay, there's our upward movement, there's flag pull, and there's our flag that we're flying. A nice wedge, nice consolidation of wedge. Typically, these things are going to move in the continued direction of path of least resistance, so we would expect price to emerge out of a wedge after a nice move higher. So there's an idea right there. So you could come in here and say, all right, well, I could be guessing right here, but maybe I'll use that price alert that we just talked about a minute ago at today's high. We can create that price alert, and that'll let me know the moment this thing tries to break out. This one was also considered a wedge as of yesterday. We're on February 1st now. As of yesterday, that was a wedge, looking pretty wedgy, flaggy, whatever, bull flag. Now we're getting a little deeper into the stuff there. So the Market Explorer, it's a pre-canned list of ideas, and we're going to be ever growing the concepts in here and ever fine tweaking them. Oh, we have a gap up and fill. All right, so what's that? There's a lot of stuff on here. So everything on this page here basically gapped up today, then tried to fill a portion of the gap. Or maybe that was yesterday. I don't know. I'm not too sure about that one. But I hope that answers your question on the Market Explorer. Perfect circle. When building a watch list and clicking through tickers, it will bring up which sector the ticker is on and single stock window. Is it possible to have something that shows that sector? So, well, you're talking about the single stock window. Bring up. So I'm clicking through the tickers here, and single stock window tells me that if you look up here, it does kind of tell us what is in that sector. BTU, that's going to tell us it's going to be coal mining. You can see coal mining. So if you haven't seen this header up here at the top of the single stock window, it is telling us, quickly what they do. If you want to take it a second click, go to profile, and you'll see the subsectors, and you'll see a business summary as well. So maybe I'm reading your question wrong. Which sector the ticker is in on the single stock window? Is it possible to have something that shows the sector? Hopefully that helps, because that's all I really know. That single stock window header panel there will give you the sector. You should be able to just look up and just make a quick note. And then also you've got the similar tab showing us stocks that are similar to BTU. RIG is also similar to BTU. And look at that, VET. Trade of the week is similar to BTU. And you know, VET's not doing that great here. What I'm seeing is the reversal on the open. It broke the 10 SMA, which I talk religiously about. Can't get back above it now. Now it's literally trying to get back above that average, but it just can't. So again, I'm watching that as a level of interest, and I'd like to see it break back above that moving average, at least on the intraday time frame here. But we'll wait till the close to see what the actual candle is going to look like. Health on the stock window, something that doesn't require having to hunt the sector ETF and then see how it looks. So in other words, a quicker way to see the health sector. So perfect circle, does that work for you? Just looking up there and seeing what it says in the header panel? Maybe you had that covered up or something. I don't know. I think that's the best we can do. You know, in my sector ETF, I just know what the ETFs are, but I used to have the column for company name. If you put company name in a sector of ETFs, you will be told IYR. Oh, that's the real estate REIT fund, SMH. Oh, that's the semiconductor. Okay, so there's just that as well. Turn that back off. No, really, that's a perfect circle. That's going to be the quickest way, is to bring the symbol up. The single stock window pulls all the data points that you want to see on it, and that's really the quickest way to grab that. Aside from using company name, well, that's only going to work for the ETFs, excuse me. Is there an option to go and type the word sector? Nope, there is no sector filter, so there's no sector data point. That data point is hard-coded at the top of that window. All right, making sure I didn't miss anything here. You do not need premium to have stock surfing, and you do not need premium to have Market Explorer. It shouldn't. That shouldn't be the case. And if that is the case, I'm going to lobby against it. So, Market Explorer really was only in our latest beta release, I believe. So if there's somebody out there running our beta release on a standard subscription version, you know, hopefully you'll say, yeah, I can go to new, and I can pull up Market Explorer on my standard subscription using the newest beta. We've all paid a lot of tuition, DOS pips. If you come into this business thinking you're going to figure it all out in 2 months and start being profitable at month 3, it's hard. It's very hard. It literally took me 6 months of losses back in '98 before I started to see the forest through the trees and understand my time frame and what I was comfortable doing and what my risk tolerance was and all those things and what I wanted to look for. We were just chasing green and red blinking lights back then. We didn't have a trade ideas. We had new high, new low. We had a couple other simple scans, but nothing like this. That scan in the Market Explorer, Debbie, was a pullback to the 10 on the daily, 10 SMA daily. That's that Market Explorer one I was going through. And ideally, it can gap up, and then 3 days later, that's the perfect setup, really. A gap up, and then 3 days of sell-off, coming down right into that rising 10 SMA on the daily. That's an interesting entry point to me. So I'll use the Market Explorer to maybe help me find a few of those if they're out there, and then I manage them accordingly if I take the trade. How can I develop my own scan like that? I want to filter out preferred parameters and then run those scans. Oh, I guess I got lost on where we were talking about there, Pips. Um, I assume you're talking about the Market Explorer, I guess. There's really no way to create the Market Explorer scans with the basic tools of trade ideas because, as you'll notice, when we pull it up, it says TIQ. What is TIQ? TIQ, right there, stands for Trade Ideas Quant. And it's a whole other language, and I don't even want to mess with it. But Michael knows it, and Dave Mabe knows it. So we're using the TIQ engine to create pre-canned ideas, which is what we've been doing for the most part for years now on, what do we call it? Red bar ignored and green bar ignored. Where are they? RBI and GBI. There we are. But that's a premium version apparently. But the RBI, red bar ignored, and the green bar ignoreds, those are scans that have been in there for a while, and they're non-configurable, just like the Market Explorer is. So that means that you have to take what you get, pretty much. There's not much configuration that you could do. Okay. Open the sectors channel and duplicate the one you're looking for. You're talking about this one, my sector ETFs. Hey, DWAC got above 80.01. How about that? But that demonstration wasn't really relevant to what you wanted. I got that part. I'm wondering if there's a way to know how that sector is in a quick fashion versus, I think we already did that one. Open the sectors channel and duplicate the one you're looking for. It will create a top list for that sector, and then you can see all the stocks in that sector. Okay, so I think he's replying maybe to somebody else's question. Container bar. All right, so it's working on your beta. Good. Yeah. 2 years, well, that's probably also in the norm. I did have some trading experience before I went full time, so maybe that helped me a little bit. But Andy was kind of on the same. He and I started at the same office in San Diego in 1998 when the dot-com bubble was ripping, and we both learned in that environment. And we both kind of settled into the same kind of trading style. But it took him at least a good 6 months too. As a matter of fact, he's got a funny little story he tells. He was ready to say, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can do this. This is hard, but I recognize that I'm now trading scared. I'm trading my account in a scared fashion because I'm so worried about having to put a monkey suit back on and go back into corporate America. I don't want to do that. But what he was smart was not keeping that mental story going in his mind. He basically said, all right, F it. If I blow up my account, I put a monkey suit back on. What's the worst thing that can happen? So once he literally submitted to the universe and said, okay, it'll be what it'll be. I don't care. If I'm meant to make it, I'll make it. If I'm not, I'm not. Probably getting a bit esoteric and spiritual on you guys, but he just kind of put that out there, and it calmed his mind down to where he was really started able to hone in on the focus that he wanted to create for himself. Because we all know after trying this, there's many different directions you can go in trading. You got to find your own map. All right. Yeah, so good to know that's working on your beta. All right, so we're caught up, except for the last question. How does the AI work? So the AI basically takes about, let's see, let's go to the right page here. So we'll go to trade ideas. We'll go to education. We will go to maybe that's not what I wanted. I think it was support. Features, pricing, media, education, support. Traders area. AI strategy description. So I'll start here reminding you guys that every one of these strategies is a preconceived strategy, just like we create with an A window, alert window, with some basics in there. And, the 5-day bounce. So you can read a thumbnail. Okay, so it's pretty self-explanatory on this one. Looks for stocks that have crossed above resistance and making a new 60-minute high on stocks that have been beaten up over a 5-day range. So it gives you the thumbnail of all the basics. So that is hard-coded or it's soft-coded into an alert window. And then the alert window is run through a back test. And if we get, a decent, kind of a decent looking, marginally profitable, but we're talking 3,000 trades worth, all right? That's the marble that the marble block that the AI starts with, a base scan. So what happens is the AI takes that base scan and literally runs hundreds of thousands of, even millions over all the sketch strategies each night while we sleep. It's back testing, refiltering, back testing, optimizing, back testing, re-optimizing, back testing, rejiggering, until it gets that scan to score very well over the last 60 days. And once that score is in the go zone, okay, in other words, this strategy has proven it's pretty good. So it kind of goes on the shelf. But then overnight, if all of a sudden that strategy really breaks out and says, wow, this strategy has really been performing well the last few days, and here's the new configuration for today, it's constantly reconfiguring it, that strategy essentially goes on the bench for the basketball game, we'll call it. So these are all the strategies that made the cut overnight. Oops. Now that doesn't mean they get in the game. We've got almost 10 strategies here. 5 shorts, 3 longs, whatever, 9 strategies. But not all of them made it. Only one snapback short, 1 nickelback, and 1 downward dog made it. So once the strategy has been optimized and back tested and proven that it's a worthy strategy, once it starts showing a hot hand in the last couple of days, it'll get on the bench. But that's no guarantee that the market data and the action will create that dynamic to trigger the alert in real time. So that's just half the step, getting into the getting on the bench. The AI Holly's got to get you in the game by calling your number, and that's all based on a real trigger. So just like your alerts will trigger in real time, the AI has machine learned, back tested, quality configurations that will be automatically triggered. So that's hopefully the best description I can give you of how the AI works. It's really having to do with taking good scans, but then using the machine learning process to optimize them. And we do optimizing too. We can come in here and say, let me find a scan that might work real quick. No. Okay, touching the 50 SMA, whatever this is. So this is supposed to be a go long strategy because it came down and touched the 50. So we right click, and this is what the AI is doing every night, but doing it a million times faster than we can. Figuring out what the good start times and stop times are. Timed exit, does it work good for 160 minutes? The risk AI doesn't do the risk management. Maybe it does. I don't think it does. But what it does most importantly is once it's run, okay, so we're going to run a simulation. This is what we can do, right? So we can do this all day long. It just takes a lot of time. The AI has a dedicated server block to facilitate all the machine learning and all the resources it needs every night. But what I'm going to show you is the optimization, because I've used that word a couple times. And that's where the AI really takes it over from the humans to say, okay, there's strategy return. Oh, we only had 96 trades. That's not great. But optimize, okay? So, oh, look at this. The price, looks like the price levels work best maybe between 100 and 149. We could even include 50. So that's kind of our go range, 50 to 149. What about time of day? Oh, this is a no-brainer. There's no reason the AI would say, see, the AI probably uses a lot of time filters where it says, this is the window right here that optimized perfectly. 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific, all the way into 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 Eastern. All these groupings of trades are giving us some decent green returns here. Even though there's a low win rate, you're still getting some good returns. So the AI will immediately recognize that and say, oh, this strategy doesn't work after 9 Pacific, so let's put a filter in there for that. And then it just goes down the complete and utter absurd rabbit hole. It starts comparing these results to, well, what is it doing if the S&Ps were positive on the day? Okay, so S&P changed today. Let's run those. Well, we don't want to run this strategy when the S&P change is weak. The sweet spot is when the S&P change is negative 0.60 to up 0.3. That's where all these sweet trades are. So we weed out that and we weed out that, or the AI does it for us. That's what I mean by optimization. We can do this, but it's very time consuming. The AI can do it so quick and rerun things thousands of times to where it finds the right setting for the next day. All right, so that's the optimization portion. Yeah, you're right. Indifference makes a difference. Removing emotions from the money. Once you have to be zen. You have to look up and say, "Oh, look at that. My vet, it's not working." Okay. Well, I'm not going to freak out and hit the sell button here. You have to stay rational and say, well, it's still above my areas of interest, still above that line, still above the 10 SMA. I'm just going to move on and see what happens. I've already risked the money. I'm not going to get out of the trade too soon because I have an emotional whim in the moment. That is what has cost me a lot of money over the years. God damn it. I'm just going to get out of this thing. And then it runs the rest of the day. Where do you find the link of the AI strategies? Debbie, that's in the Trade Ideas support menu on our webpage. And then it was, let me go back a step. Okay, support takes you here. You've got these three menus, traders area, AI descriptions. That will get you there. Could you please show me how to transfer a file out of Barry's scan list and use and use? So I'm not. So basically, you would go to Barry's scan list, right? You go to Barry's page, and all you have to do is let me see if I can find it first. Experts only. Well, that's. Is his page a channel? Is it still a channel? Well, regardless of where you find it, I don't typically look for that. You would get on the page with his that loads all of his scans, and you just want to use the cloud. You just want to use the cloud. So say you see us, this is like, on Barry's scanner today, you would right click and you just say save to my cloud. And then that saves to your cloud. You can leave the channel that you found Barry's scans on, go back to your channel, and then load from the cloud. And we can just load that right back up like so. There's a duplicate of it. So that's really going to be the only way you can copy anything that Barry has, is to use the right click save to cloud function. Now, if you're talking about the results of the scan themselves, yeah, you can do that as well. I can say, I'm going to right click, save as, all right, and it's going to go to, let me try this. Save contents. There we go. Save contents. That'll get you into a Excel type file spreadsheet. So everything that came through and is on that window, you can dump into an Excel spreadsheet by right click, save contents. What is this somebody just sent me? Oh. So yeah, this is an old article from when I first started trading. Block trading, huh? So's bandits. So this must be an old one. Old article. Yeah, that's back when I started trading, 97, 98, when the people took power away from the exchanges. Stopped trading. Um, you could start to make the spread. You could go to these offices, open an account, sit down, and you could be a market maker. I can't put it any easier way. You would use it. An ECN, electronic crossing network. It was called Island. And Island would pop up next to Merrill Lynch and Smith Barney and Goldman. Island wants to buy it at the quarter. Oh, so now all of a sudden, when you want to buy something, you don't have to give up the spread to the brokers like we had to do back in the 90s. Now you can come in and make the spread and make markets. And that was a revolution. And that's what that article was all about that Dan just sent me. All right, guys, a couple minutes to go. Running out of talk juice. Anybody else? Anybody has anything else they want to touch on? Let's do it now before I gotta go. Again, trade of the week's just doing what it does. It's in the range. It's in acceptable risk parameters right now. We'll just let it see what happens. All right, well, I just went ahead and summoned Barry back into his room. Just about at the top of the hour here. I don't know. Where is Barry's watch list? I don't even know where it is. You might have to have Barry do that because he's coming back on here in a second. I honestly don't know where that is. I thought it was a channel. Well, Ramin, it looks like Barry is going to come right back in. He's back in. Save that question for him, and he can show you exactly how to do that. It's much better that you hear it from him, I think, than myself. All right, guys. Pleasure as always. See you next time. Bye.
All right, just a minute now, guys. I'm just back into the YouTube room. I don't know if they can hear me now, if Steve has left. I see this ATI showed up here. What did it do after that 2240? Yeah, not much. I mean, it got up 28 cents, but that's not tremendous. All right, for those of you following KSCP, you know what? I mean, if it takes out this 1036 or so, this could get running a little bit. But look, it's been in a steady decline from 3 days ago, 2 days ago. And actually, this was the first day, I think this was the first day that IB had shorts available for it. They're no longer there, but there were shorts earlier today for KSCP from Interactive Brokers. Well, reviewing offers, okay. Is that what the money transfer set to seek $6 billion valuation in U.S. initial public offering, okay. All right, well there it goes, guys. I don't know where it's going, but KSCP, it's trying to come back off that 10. So what I'm really looking for, I want to see something that's going to draw my attention to this top list, this race here, is some big percentage move. Okay, 2 or 3%. That'll draw my attention, because yeah, OLB is leading, but it's not doing anything yet. You see, this is interesting. I mean, this is a massive base right here. You can see what could happen if it ever breaks out of here on volume. What did it got to this morning? 259. It's not that far away. So PDSB did absolutely zip, really. I mean, a pop, drop, so that's nothing. And the hood, that's the one we practice a short on in the simulator. I haven't really looked. Wow, run. I mean, interesting. Where is it now? 2501 was the. So, so much for the Morgan Stanley upgrade. So Morgan Stanley put a price target on this. They said I don't know if they initiated coverage or they're maintaining. They're maintaining with a 90 price target. If you think I'm kidding, there you go. With overweight, and target is 91. And I think Credit Suisse is also doing the same thing. They're a little more conservative. They're only putting a $70 price target on it. Where are these guys? No, we don't want to say where they're grabbing these numbers from, but my goodness. Anybody take these things seriously? Now, again, when these firms put on these price targets, they don't mean it's going up today or tomorrow or even next week. I mean, they are in theory taking a longer term, but still, $25 stock, $90 price target. All right. Oh, are you kidding me? BTX? I mean, you're obviously then just looking to really bottom fish here. Yeah, I have, unless they get some news. I mean, it's a fairly low float, 23 million. I mean, I can't remember what happened here, but right now it's just dead money. I mean, really, unless you get some news to pump this thing, but I mean, right now, this is just a disaster. The watch list, Ramin. Okay, I mean the watch list it's made up of stocks that I've scanned the night before, and also some that I've seen this morning. I put it into a watch list, and I attach that watch list, the symbol list, to these two. So, I don't know how many stocks are actually in the watch list, but these are the ones that triggered from it. So they had to meet certain filter requirements. Doesn't mean when you get an alert, you just pile into the trade. But Hood as an example, it had to be above yesterday's high. It had to have at least one relative volume, which it did, in order for it to trigger. And then when it made a new high, it triggered. Now, does it mean you take the trade? No, but at least you've been alerted to it. These are all on the way down. So for instance, MTTR, 9:15. So there was the alert. So I mean, if you took that alert at 9:45, you notice there's nothing happening until at least 9:45. That is by design. So that was a short opportunity to take a look at for MTTR. at 9:45. The price was 9:15. You can see what it did after that. It got down to 8:57. And it's popping back up here. But, so had you looked at that and thought, yeah, I don't mind that one. You would have gone from 9:15 approximately all the way down to 8:50. A nice little move. So that's what the watch list is. It changes every day. Some symbols will carry over that I have in. If I think the setup still looks interesting, there's still room, on the monthly and the daily and the weekly chart for a stock to keep moving. But it basically changes every day. When you get the alert, it doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. It just means, okay, there's the alert. Check to see what does it look like? What sort of support is there? What sort of resistance is there? What's the market doing? Well, guys, I mentioned KSCP. I don't know how many took it, but nice move here off that high, that alert that I had, 1027 or so. Nice little move. And guess what? On volume. Always like to see the move if it's on volume. There, you see, now Elms is showing up. Because now it is 40 cents below the open. That was one of the filters I've got in here. So you might say, well, why do you have such a terrible filter? Why not 10 cents below? Well, I could do that. And then I'll probably get a lot more I don't want to see. And yes, I'll miss ones that have been running down. But that's always the give and take when you create a scan. Probably, I'll bet that is maybe the number one question we get. How can I see this stock in a scan that I create? I could probably create a scan to show you anything you want, all right? The problem is that for all the ones that keep doing what you wanted it to do, there might be 10 others that don't. And now you have to decide, well, which of those 10 is the one I'm going to take, So, that's always a trade-off. What the heck is this thing? This just opened. ADOCR. Boy, I'd love to short this thing. This run. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. But you still got those two big price targets staring at you. Somebody going to step in there and say, okay, enough is enough. What's the low here? 23.42. So it's getting a little bit close, about $1.20 away from that low. A lot of volume coming into KSCP. A ton of volume. MTech reminds me a little bit like the FGI, except FGI on its first day did a lot better, but then it just settled down and did nothing. Let's take a look at FGI. Now, actually, FGI didn't really do anything. It did, something 2 days ago. But again, this is very similar to MTech in terms of the number of shares that were released and the price range of the IPO. It really didn't do anything. I had a little bit of a charge a couple of days ago, but nothing dramatic like some of the ones we've seen. All right, guys, this could be interesting. This is an earnings play, MPLX. It's starting to drop here. Look left on the daily chart, 32.79. Whoa, cold is just triggering here. So ultra short, so don't short natural gas. In other words, buy UNG. This is the, so if you were shorting natural gas, you'd be obviously wanting this to go up. But UNG is the inverse of this. Well, this is the inverse of the long. One of them anyway. I think, is Boyle another one? Is that natural gas? Yeah, so we have Boyle or you have UNG. It's probably just a difference in. Anyway, I want to get back to this MPLX. All right, so this is right at the low of that 15-minute Bollinger Band. So I mean that may hold it. Yeah, that KSCP. Well, the video I did actually was showing you, used. If you were in the room, I don't know if you were in the room earlier, Rouge, but this was the first alert we had, SPH, and I was saying, I didn't like it as a long, close to that 200-day moving average. It got close to it on that candle there, and close to that whole number. So I was suggesting, just because AI is obviously not infallible. You might want to go the opposite of this, and that really worked out well. I mean, that was just a big drop on that 15-minute. So that's the video I did today. How to use the AI. It's I wouldn't have seen this alert at all. I don't think it's showing up on any other scan. So at least, you get the alert. Now you have to figure out, most of the time, of course you want to trade it the way the AI is suggesting, but it's not a given. And that's why we always say man and machine. The machine will alert you to the possibility, and then you, as the person, has to determine, okay, does it make sense to take the trade? All right, I'm going to try a little scalp on this thing. I'm trying this MPLX. I don't expect a big move. I mean, 32.79, so it's about 80 cents away. Maybe take a little, just dabble in this one, see what happens for the MPLX as a short. Again, there's that Bollinger Band, so that may reject it right there, but if it takes it out, but it's an earnings play, and so it should be active. Keep being active. But again, that's not a suggestion for anybody else to do what I'm doing. All right, GME on the move here, guys. GME on the move. Look at these 4 15-minute candles consecutive up. Keep an eye on AMC, guys, in case it starts trying to catch up to GME. All right, I mean, GME, of course, these usually trade somewhat in tandem. So there's AMC, not really moving yet, but GME. GME doing this. AMC is just kind of stuck, so let's see if AMC catches up. Must be either low volume or out of my price range. CNC, let's take a look. Yeah, just out of the price range. Nice though. And what is the market doing? So yeah, so the market had a bit of a lift from 11:15 on. 11:15 to 12:45, so an hour and a half. And now we'll have to see if this bottom of that SPY, that candle right there, if that can hold. Boy, this Lone Depot, I'll have to see this tomorrow. I mean, it had a nice recovery. It got all the way, it made an all-time low, had a nice recovery, but now look at this. Had earnings February 1st. Takes out that low of yesterday. That's an all-time low. Yeah, MGI, boy, that's strong. It's still strong. How do you prevent tickers from disappearing from your top list? Well, you've got filters in there. So, for instance, if you have the relative volume filter at a minimum, say of 3, just as an example, okay, so when you see it, it's at 3, but then in 30 seconds, when it gets updated, maybe it dips below 3, as an example. I'm just using that one as an example. Maybe now the relative volume is like 2.8, so you won't see it. So you can't prevent that, but that's what you're telling it to do, as an example. I mean, you want to freeze your top list, you can do that. You can just, freeze it, but that sort of defeats the purpose of it. So you'd have to give me, Aja, a little more, but you can always freeze it, and then nothing will happen. But Well, I mean, there's only one way to do it. I mean, but you're telling it. The only reason it's getting off the list, the only reason it's getting off the list is because it's not meeting a filter requirement, right? No, I mean, if you want, you can always have a top. You can always have a race just based on your symbol list, as you probably know. I think there's something about a um, Zach was talking about MGI. This is the news, but that's Zeps, so that's not the same. I'm sorry. But it may be something to do. Well, the other thing you can do, one of the selections is replace symbols. With something that's working better. I mean, that's sort of the idea. You can uncheck that, I guess. So, for instance, launch the race and replace cars. So don't check that, I guess. See if that's checked. I mean, I would like it checked because I want to see the ones that are moving. So I don't care. I don't want to. So if one is not moving, replace it with one that might be. If it's checked, then yeah, uncheck and see what happens. But remember, do I see you in YouTube? No. But remember, it is a top list still, so it's going to update every 30 seconds. So again, if you've got a filter in place, and I use that as I think it's a great example because the relative volume will change all day long. The relative volume values will change all day long. At the beginning of the day, when you get extraordinary volume or something, you could see a relative volume number of like 28, 30, 40, some crazy number. But then as the day progresses, and the volume tails off, that relative volume number is going to keep moving down. You are not in YouTube, Ija. You're definitely not there. You're going to have to stick with the here with the big boys. You could always there's a race set up for the relative volume increasing. There is a race set up. Um, Click on the dock channel bar and price and volume. And increasing relative volume of winners since open. Okay, as an example. So this is showing an increase in relative volume. You might have to log in with a different email then, Ajay. I can't. I don't know how else I can help you if you just want to stick in YouTube. I understand. That's fine. But you could set up your own race, with your symbol list or your top list, and as long as you have the relative volume as a filter, as a column, you can have it, based on that. That's the race that then is based on the relative volume. But it's not a filter. It is actually not a filter. But you can do the same thing with options volume. Percent of option volume increasing. It's not a filter so much, but you can take a look at that and adapt it. So for instance, let's just see if this works. I haven't really looked at this. Okay, so the relative volume winners. So first of all, configure symbol list. So it's looking, oh, exclude the following list, okay? Let's see if it's looking at a specific list. Well, it doesn't make sense that it's looking at only warrants. So I don't know where it's getting its list from. But you can see what it did. I'm going to show the race setup, okay? And you can see, so it's based on relative volume and sort on the change. So you could set it up. I mean, all you have to do is right click and you can see the setup. So you could create your own top list with maybe your own symbol list or just a general top list using this setup. Boy, natural gas is going crazy. Ugh, I don't want to see what our Canadian dollar is. I don't want to see, but I have to look. Okay, not terrible. Okay. I'm looking for a low Canadian dollar compared to the US dollar. Well, you can't, no, you cannot convert a, like the races into an alert window. No. You can, no. You can take a top list and convert, but I'm sure you know how to do that. You can take a top list and convert it into an alert window. But then the race is always based on a top list window. See if I can see if they're listed here. Okay, there you go. So price between 1 and 100. Current volume is at least 0.75. I mean, obviously you can do your own, but volume today is at least 50,000 shares. And again, this is that earnings per share filter just to make sure that no ETFs come in. But you can do that yourself. I mean, you know how to do that. I mean, just right click on just have to right click on any one of these races, configure, and then you'll see summary, and then you'll see. Well, that I can't tell you, Aja. I mean, it just does. Well, it's not in the filter. Yeah, you don't have a, no, it's just, those are the filters. I thought you just wanted the filter settings, but no. The formula to derive it, I have no idea. You know, I have no idea. But my guess is that all you have to do is just sort on the relative volume column. Okay, like create a top list. Make sure the relative volume column is one of the ones that you can sort on, and just do exactly that. I mean, you'll get the same principle. That seems pretty good, Zach. For Lucid, that seems pretty good. 500 miles at 70 miles an hour on a single charge. That seems pretty good. Okay, on the flip side, guys, here's another earnings play. SPR on the way up. Spirit Aerosystems on the way up. But let's take a look left. The next high, 46.45. So this is an earnings play. Had a big bottom, pretty big bottoming tail. So it's tacked on about $3 from the bottom. But coming into maybe some resistance around 46.45. Okay, guys, we're in earnings season, you know, starting really getting to roll. And all I'm doing, I'm just looking at these earnings plays up and down. Two of the scans I'm sharing, go to my homepage and you can have those scans if you want to take a look at earnings plays, or you can go to our toolbar, our channel bar. And earnings, so here's earnings. You know, I've just modified it to the way I like to see it, but up after earnings, down after earnings. And this is sorted on the change from the close. Whoa, KSCP, guys. Yeah. It looked like it was going to fall. It got down to about 10, almost about 1060. Well, Chris Newby, one of the things I never do is take something through earnings anyway. I never try to guess how the market may react. Ever. Okay, so you're talking about the histogram. So it won't show the individual stocks. Give me a moment. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got to click on the filter. Okay, that little right there, that little magnifying glass. So now this is a calendar. Okay. So this is showing you But this is just today, okay? I mean, if you want to expand it, you know, this is just today and after hours yesterday. And this will tell me how many, you know, as an example, okay? I'm only looking at stocks between yesterday afternoon, after hours, and this morning. Those are the ones that are in play. Those are the ones that are in play, in my opinion. So, I mean, if you want to see the ones that are release earnings after hours today, then you use 0.75. But again, my filter here, because these are the ones that are in play. So I use this minus 0.25. That's the designation for after hours yesterday. And 0.25 is the designation for the pre-market. If I change that to 0.75, then I'll get after hours today plus the ones today that released pre-market, and then also the ones that are releasing after hours. If I change that to 0.75. I just like this because this is really zeroing in on the ones that are going to be active. But, you know, it's up to you. Okay, keep half an eye on that MTech as it tries to get over maintain 3. Yeah, the trick playing something like this KCSP, or sorry, KSCP, is to not take too many shares, because if you do, you get, you know, it depends on your risk tolerance. You got to be able to hang on something that goes from 1114 all the way down to 1050. That's a pretty big drop, and you never know, it could keep going down. So I always phrase it like this: sometimes you can make more money by taking fewer shares. Why? Because your risk tolerance, typically if you take fewer shares, you're going to have a wider stop, keeps you in the trade longer, and then if you do get a nice run, you're still in the trade as opposed to being stopped out, because you know your risk tolerance is, you know, if you're risking $100 or $200 or $500 on the trade, you know, I mean, you can get stopped pretty quickly if you take a lot of shares. But also look at the volume coming in. So what time is it now? 1:42. So this will be the biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute chart. You know, that's what got it rolling. That's what got it rolling. And then it had a little setback here. And then more volume coming in, more enthusiasm. All right, now from your scan, United Airlines. Well, that's crazy. Look at that topping tail for United Airlines. Is that real? I see it on my. I do have an IB chart open. I do see it on my IB chart too. Big pop and drop. I don't know. I guess I don't. I mean, I didn't have this up when this was a completely green candle all the way up here. I think it would have been pretty tough to get that short up here. I think it dropped almost immediately, right? Well, I scrounge out about a nickel on the MPLX. Got a little greedy. I thought it was going to get maybe into the 30s. So, boy, look at that volume for KSCP. Continuing. Time is it? This candle has another 20 seconds to close, and look at that. Well, let's take a look at jets. If you know, you want to take a look at the airlines, take a look at jets, JETS. That's the ETF for the airlines. So see if they're doing anything. Yeah, look. I mean, look at the volume they came in. So something's happening with the airlines. Are we fully open now? Yeah, what a mess in you guys in the Northeast United States. Well, I guess in the, as we would call it, the Southeast of Canada. I live in the Pacific Southeast. Well, Zach just posted something about United Airlines is set to explore mileage plus minority sale. So I guess that is a headline. But as he says, I'm not sure what that means. Or are they going to are they going to yeah, I know them. Yeah, we know what the mileage plus is. Are they trying to somehow spin that off as a, I don't know. Or is it something like something to do with minorities, literally minorities? Well, keep an eye on jets now. I mean, you don't want to buy the specific airline, just keep an eye on jets. I have no idea. I have no idea, Nikki. SPR, not moving with the airlines. It's in the sector, obviously, it's not an airline as such, but man, Elms. Oh. No, I know it's not an airline. It's I know it's not Spirit Airlines, but it's in the call it in the sector, right? Yeah, it's a defense air. So I mean, I guess that's a stretch. I think I saw somebody posting VCNX, but I didn't. Excuse me, I didn't have it up on a chart. Yeah, well, had to pop early, but like a lot of these, just dropping, no volume. I think I've only shorted one stock under $1 in my life. I can't remember what it was, but somebody posted in the YouTube room. Sure, it was just a pumper. Let's see if I can find that right at the bat. Something about, here we go. $50. Wall Street Bets target just came out for Zila. I'm sure the guy is just a pumper. This was in the morning. One of the first posts in the YouTube room. So you're shorting this, Zila. Okay, I guess if you put a stop about here, 93 or so, 5 cent stop. If it gets down to, gets you 10 cents, 78, I guess there's your one for two. All right, guys. Just looking at some of my thumbnails. Don't see anything that exciting right now. The Dave is still kind of interesting to me. I just have a very small piece of this left. Um, oh, Elms, man, oh man. I'm looking. Never mind. My P&L for that one. Hard to believe it was negative. Stupidly had to do this a couple of times at the beginning. But you know, the CEO and the chairman of the board just abruptly resign. Boy, that's not good. Oh, that's right. That's who it was for that. I'm going to call them. I know it's not pre-science. It cannot be pre-science point, but prescient. Tough to say prescience point. What do they have on Groupon? 60 or 70 or $80 price target for Groupon. $88. Okay. Short-term noise creates long opportunities. All right. I think they just lose all sorts of credibility by putting, what I call insane, even Morgan Stanley though, putting insane price targets. I mean, I know they don't mean it's going to happen tomorrow or even next week or next month, but come on. $90 for run when it's at 24? Come on. Yeah, oh, I know. I know it's not pre-science. It's a hard word to pronounce. I know what prescient is. It's just hard to pronounce. For me, anyway. English not being my first language. Yeah, it was FGI. FGI, they were kind of moving FGI and also, well, Dave, but FGI, I think, was the one you're talking about. And it did have a little move up here, but not really. I mean, it didn't really break out that much. Pre-Shens. Even here, even if you had waited for 326, I tried a couple of times to get the short. They just won't fill me because of down 44%. I sat at one point just under 340 for a while, probably a minute, and they just wouldn't fill me. There are shorts available, but because of that stupid uptick rule, they just would not fill me. Wow, look at it. Look at it just catch fire now on the way down. Boy, it's picking up speed, guys. Of course, it's an all-time low now. Wow, 297. It got down. Wow. Yeah, I don't really. It's sort of okay. I haven't really found a great use for it. I mean, maybe. I know what you mean. Whoops. Ooh, don't want to do that. Yes, what happens now? See, there's a bug. See, I'm on a development mode. If I click yes, am I going to be booted out? Ah, no. So let me, Aha, that's a bug. Okay. Okay. Let me make sure that is a bug. Yeah. See what that error message is. All right, guys, I'm just got some thumbnails I'm looking at. Nothing's really popping out for me right now. So right now the market's kind of snoozing a bit here. I can see right now that the races, if the market is just sort of flattening out, is not going to probably give anything really, really extraordinary. You know, we probably need more of a trending market. At least in my top list. You know, there's just sort of, because everything is snoozing. I don't know if Dak is still in the room, but I know he had a short of Groupon. Knowing him, he's probably still in some of it. And that's the GRPN. Can the earnings channel automatically scroll? Are you talking about the idea surfing, Gobi? If you're talking about the earnings channel, then if you click on this, where are you? Where's earnings? There we are. So what happens is, so the scrolling, let me see if this, see, I don't know if you can just control it for these two. I mean, if these were the only two top lists you had, then it would scroll through these. Scrolling meaning it would load the charts. So if I click on I can't even get surfing to start. Interesting. There we go. The problem is it's going to take a look at. Oh, okay. Let's see what it's looking at. No, I see what it's doing is any other top list when you have open other than other than these two. When you load this channel, it'll look at those top list windows also, because earnings plays down. You can see where it is right now. Right now it's in the strategy trade. It's right there. The next one it'll be SPH. It'll go to. See, it went to SPH, and then the next one it'll go to UNG. Okay, so the answer is yes and no. If you have other top list windows open, then it's going to also look at those top list windows. Right now, there's no way to designate what top list windows that you want it to scroll, and it's only going to look at the top three as you have them sorted. So right now, it's sorted on the change from the close. If I sorted on the relative volume, these would be the top three. Okay, so that's the way it works, and it'll just keep going over. It'll just keep loading the top three in your top list windows over and over and over again. So again, just to sum up, if you only have two of them open, you could leave it here all day, I suppose. I'm not sure that'd be the greatest thing to do, but you could leave it here all day, and it'll just take the top three, and that'll change, of course, because the change from the close will change. One might get bumped out for something that's really moving. Maybe I'll take it off the surfing. Yeah, so surfing is an interesting idea. I mean, this is just one of the options up here. So it's just a toggle on and off. So you can kind of sit back and let the system load stocks for you into the charts, okay? And again, it'll look at all the top list windows that you have open. If you have a price alerts window, and if you have the AI, it'll look at the top three as you have them sorted. And it'll keep loading symbol after symbol after symbol, and let's say you had 10 top list windows open and you completed the 10, it'll go back to the first one. Okay, so it'll just keep going forever until you tell it A to stop by either toggling it off, or you can pause it by going to a chart. Okay, so maybe it loads a chart and you go, wow, I want to see that one, and so you can just pause it, take a look. You want to trade it, go ahead. You back off, and it continues. Okay, you see how now. Keep an eye on that. See, it says continue. Currently, idea surfing. When I go here, notice how it says idea surfing paused up here. I mean, the minute I go off. So you have to keep an eye on that. And then, of course, to stop it, also, if you just click on an alert, it'll stop. Okay, if you click on any alert, then it stops also. just a minute. This I don't like what happened. Oh, right there, okay. Yeah, I'm definitely interesting. Other guys at Trade Ideas are saying no. But remember, I'm on a... All right, MDC, MDC. This is one that's showing up on Zach Scan. MDC, wow, look at this. So what's the next high looking left? So it still, in theory, has some room to run, but, and this is tons of shorts available probably. Let's see, lots of shorts. Yeah, 3.68 million shorts available. So I'm gonna keep an eye on this one. Potential top right there. Nice, that's not bad. I mean, 88 cents on an 80, that's about 10% move, bottomatized. That's not bad. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this because some of the other guys don't have that issue. So, and they say they're on the same build. Oh man, look at Elms, guys. Look at Elms. I'd still like to see if I can short this thing. I know it sounds crazy, but they just won't fill me. It's not because I don't have shorts. It's just that this uptick rule is nailing me. Keep an eye on this one, guys. MDGL. This is now breaking down through through that 60 level. This had that massive run yesterday, okay, but is now starting to break down. I mean, it's already been breaking down from the open from 63 now, but it's underneath 60 now. Very probably a key area, psychological break of that whole number. I'm continuing to watch this MDC. It's just, what is the volume like? Okay, 2 times normal, so it's not terrible, but it's not huge. 530,000 shares. Great spread, 48, 48.02, and that is for the MDC. I'm looking, a potential short here. High was 48.10. I would look at maybe this area here, 47.40 as being a resistance area or support, I suppose. Call it support. So if you got lucky and you shorted it, it could reach that level before it bounced. If it does, I mean, I'm not saying it is. Yeah, I had 2 short attempts for Elms. I got knocked out both times in the pre-market. When the add uptick rule is just not in effect, and nobody can explain it to me why that's the case. Nobody, not anymore. I mean, it used to be okay. Maybe the volume wasn't there, but anyway, I think it's ridiculous. Oh man, Elms, 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 Elms. Oops. So there was my alert. Shorted Elms. Oh, I guess I put it in the text. It was at 368 both times. How does the SPY in the market look? It's just flat. It's just flat. I mean, nothing happening in the last couple of hours. If you're asking me what I think is going to happen tomorrow or, the next day, I have no idea. But right now, the market is just kind of flat. Somebody asked in our YouTube room. Boy, I'm itching on that to short this MDC. This is looking more juicy. The longer it holds here, and then if it breaks underneath, look out. But I mean, look at the SPY. I mean, the SPY in the 15-minute chart is just flatlined. I mean, well, it's up, and there's the 5-minute, sorry. Look at this. I mean, it's just really doing nothing. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. Yeah, I don't try to really guess, Bill. You know, I mean, I'm looking at these two 15-minute chart or candles on the SPY. I don't really try to guess what the direction is going to be. Being mainly an intraday trader, you know, I just try to follow my instincts. Continuing to watch this MPC or MDC to see if it really wants to start falling from here. Boy, another one, fresh work. So where's the low yesterday for this one? FRSH. The low was 2086. So just a little bit under 21. This is showing up on Zach's bounce plays, but I don't know. Have we had any great bounces today? How do you know if you're on the right version of trade ideas? Don't know how to answer that. I think if you go to help, let's say help. Well, it depends what you mean by the right version. Okay. you can always, where is that? Is it in help? The latest version. I thought there was something up here telling you the version you're on. If you want access to the latest, you should be on. I thought there was something here. Oh, maybe in tools. Tools options. Upgrade. I guess if you, I don't know, there's no automatic, okay? I know they talked about doing it, but a lot of people don't want that. So consequently, there's no automatic. I guess, so I don't know how else to do it if you just check every day, and you click on tools, options, and then upgrade, and you'll see. Okay, you notice I'm on, and that may be that bug I'm getting. It's not on the public beta, but it's on a development beta that I'm on. You see, so that might be it. But and to know what you're on, you just click on Help and About. Okay, Help and About. Wow, I mean, even late, you could even say this was so late, 326. Look at this, 272 now. Now you see why I take these sometimes in the pre-market. The only time I take a pre-market trade in order to get the darn thing without having to worry about the uptick rule, and I just can't get a fill. Anyway, I'm not gonna, we'll get another one tomorrow. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm going to switch here. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm just, again, we're trying to get to the bottom of this. Somebody gave me theirs and it worked fine. So, I don't know. Maybe I just have a corrupted one. Boy, this MDC is really interesting now, guys. I mean, listen, it could go either way, of course. Look at this base here. 2-minute chart, 5-minute chart. Look at this base here. So we get some volume. I mean, hey, listen, it could pop up. It still has some room. Yesterday's high was 50.43, so I mean, it does still have some room. I prefer it to drop, though, but we'll see. So what I'm going to do now is just stick an alert, maybe around 48.11, so I don't have to keep watching it, and put an alert down here at 47.97. Sort of bracket the alerts, the price alerts, and see if I get a trigger one way or the other. FTK, I'm sorry guys, there's just internal discussion going on. FTK, it is? I don't see the volume going nuts. I mean, a little bit here, but all right, here's one moving up, guys. AR just moved up, is moving up, our resource stock, but probably coming into maybe some resistance not that far away. I'm just looking, like, I don't want to try to jam a trade in. Oh, there's Groupon. Dak, are you still here? Man, look at Groupon with her $88 price target. Okay, you know you're in the tech support area, botmatized, okay? You probably don't know that. You're still typing stocks into the tech support area. Right here. Well, R is on the move here, guys. AR is on the move. And Tarot. Man, I can't believe it. This NBC doesn't want to move either on the upside or the bottom side here. BRQS, let's take a look at that one. Probably doing some exploding. Putting Google. Oh my gosh. It is taking a nap. No kidding. I mean, it's just not doing anything. Well, we got a little pop here in the SPY, maybe coming out of that bit of consolidation, a little bit of a pop. So let's see if maybe this MDC, moves higher here. What's the high right there? It's 48.10. Again, we've got room until 50.43 till the next high. So hey, maybe it moves from here. Maybe this turns into a long for a bit. All right, guys, it's now almost 2:40, so this is my long day. This is the day that I help out on the Q&A with Dan and Brad. Wednesdays. It is Wednesday. Yes, it is Wednesday. So I will be off the mic at around 3. The room will be open until 3:30. So one last, I'm keeping an eye on the MDC to see if it breaks down or up, I guess. Well, it's breaking up a bit here. Shoot, can't get it. Now they widen the spread on us. 418, 427, 420, 428, or 48, 20, 48, 28. I wanted to take it at 14 and I couldn't get it. Stupid. I mean, the spread was, almost a penny for a long time. Oh well. Well, I know why you want it to go higher. You want to short it at a higher price. I get it, but I wanted to take this one long right there at 13. And they just wouldn't fill me. Well, it went too quickly and the spread jumped. Anyway, guys, I'm just going to one last mention about our test drive again. All right, so I put the test drive link in, and again, this is what it looks like. You click on the link, you're signing up. If you sign up today, you are pre-registering. That's all you're doing, okay? Please don't harass or support people saying, hey, where's my data? I just signed up. It starts on the 14th. Please read. 14th to the 28th, that'll give you 10 trading days, okay? For $11.11, you'll have access to the full premium service except for auto trading. So if you're in it for the auto trading, and that's the only reason why you want to do it, we're not offering it, okay? Standard subscribers, if you want to try out our premium service for those 10 trading days, you can do so also. And once it's over, nothing for you to do. Just give me a moment. So I just want to emphasize that because that's another question we get. Well, what happens when it's over? Do you put me into a subscription? No, no, no. Okay? When it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We'll have a nice promo code for you if you do want to take a subscription, but we do not automatically put you into a subscription. Okay? So that's the test drive. Yes, yeah, it'll show you the ones that pull back. So this one, yeah, I mean, if this one pulled back, it would, move back. A nice big red would be on it. You guys should attend the Q&A today because I know Dan is all over this racing and stuff. So, and Dan will be there, and I'm sure he'll be talking about it at length. But if you can't attend, even if you can't attend, just sign up for it, and you'll be emailed the what happened. Okay, that makes sense. All right, here's my home page. Click on my home page link. Where's here? You want to take a subscription right here. Here's a promo code you can use. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This is free. Stock of the day video that I do, it's free. Education. I'm glad I looked at this because, here's the comprehensive user guide and it is very searchable. Okay. And here are some of the major areas, but everything is searchable. I've asked them, they're going to be adding the race car information here, but the full table of contents. So you want information about racing. All you'd have to do is type in race. See, and it's going to, and there it is, and you just click on it. Okay, and this is all the information about racing. And you can see it highlighted 18 real-time stock race. Okay, so it's a great user guide. It's you're wondering how to do something, just type in the search and you'll be taken right to the area. But what I would do first, though, if you're new to Trade Ideas, just take a look at the introductory lessons. So if you're going to take this test drive, you'll have access to the program at about an hour after the market closes on the Friday before the Monday. So I would take a look at the lessons, goes over what top lists are, how to create them, alert windows, creating them, all the way down to the AI and Brokerage Plus, okay? So I would take a look at this first. All the basic features are explained. Daily support. So today, as always, Monday to Friday, Chris will be there in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. You can ask him questions about Trade Ideas. You can ask him questions about the market. He's open to virtually anything. And here are the webinars. So if you sign up for them all right now, you'll get an email then to today's webinar. You don't have to actually attend it, but you'll just get an email. I mean, attend it if you want, but if you can't make it, it's at 5. All the webinars are at 5 o'clock Eastern time. So we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right there. And last, back to basics. This is a great little series if you're new to trading. It starts off with what is a stock, okay? Great little series, all free. And if you want my scans, here they are. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. So right here, lots of information. Save my link. Then you can look at all this whenever you want. Well, I can't tell you. I can only tell you regarding Interactive Brokers, Thomas. I can't tell you about any other brokerage platform. Interactive Brokers, though, has this little feature. So it tells me exactly how many shares. You would normally see a symbol here, but that's Interactive Brokers. I can't tell you on any other broker. I'm told there's not an easy way with E-Trade. Not like that. That's so simple. There you go. So William, he's got E-Trade. He's said that from day one. I'm so amazed that there's no way to quickly check. And even IB, I mean, I only discovered this, I can't remember who it was who told me about it. Was it you, Ija? I can't remember who it was. But even if I didn't have that, though, kind of like what William is saying, in the order entry in IB, right underneath the symbol, it says shortable, okay? And if it's a green dot, big, like a bright green dot, that means it is shortable. And if you hover over it, there's a little pop-up and it tells you how many. If it's a faded green dot, that means, well, we can maybe find them for you. And then if it's a red dot, it means there are no shorts available. But that's Interactive Brokers, so I have no idea about other platforms. Yeah, your stop is just above. So if I want to, let's short this one, okay? I'm going to short MDC. I'm going to short 100 shares. Oops, 100 shares. I'll go in at the market. Okay, so there it is. So there's my price. So on the chart, I can add the stop order. Whoops. Add the stop order, and it's going to be above it. So let's put 48.40. I mean, I'm just showing you like technically how to do that. And then you'll see a line up here. So if it goes up to 48.40, it'll take me out for a $17 loss. So, you just have to go right click and add the stop order. Of course, I could always modify the stop order now. I could enter an exact price, or, these are some percentages that you can use. Well, then I guess he was one of the 5% if he's been trading for 50 years. Yeah, your bounce play. So for fresh, so the first alert happened what time? At about 2:22 at 21:25. So a bit of a move. That's what I have anyway. 22:25, right? Or 21:25. Meanwhile, MGI continues here, guys. MGI, I refuse to believe it'll take out 10. Right there, look at that 10. It got up to 10 about 7 days ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days ago. So it got up to 10 6 days ago. Oh, okay. So after that alert, it got down to 21:22. Okay. Yeah, make sure you understand. Yeah, I mean, every brokerage platform is different. Some. See, remember, I used to have Quest Trade a long time ago. Like some might even say sell short. I don't know. With IB, it's pretty simple. Just click sell. Here, just sell to short. Nothing, no special, like no special tab or something to click that says short sell. Boy, if this gets really rolling, I mean, if this fresh FRSH gets really rolling, I mean, there's a next area of resistance way up here, 2181. Now, I know you're not in your short anymore, that practice short, but the KSCP definitely worked out well. Would have worked out well. Yeah, there's something wrong with this. I mean, there's no way I had a max profit of 199. Hmm. You did get one right. No, I noticed. Were you the one who said, somebody said, by the way, there are some shorts available for that one in IB, Interactive Brokers? So wait a minute, somebody asked about Fresh. What do you mean by that? Is it sold out? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Is it sold out? FRSH, Eagle Trader. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, I don't think so, Thomas. It's not like a normal alert window in which you can say don't repeat. I don't use a Market Explorer, but let's take a look at it. I don't think there is though. Yeah, so if we don't see it here, yeah, there's no option. There's no option to do that. Yeah, it's not like, yeah, there's no option to do the don't repeat. Oh, too late. Well, I can't give you any advice like that. Too late to short. I mean, this was a pop. This was maybe seeing if it was going to move higher, number one. So this was not a short so much as a bottom bounce. We're talking. Somebody's asking me, is it too late to short FRSH? Well, the idea of this one was to see if it was holding here and would move up to this area, not to short it from here necessarily. I mean, look, it could drop here, but you know, you probably. I mean, you're only getting about 15 cents. I mean, there could be some support here, so. Boy, this looks, I mean, look at AMC now. I mean, you're sort of chasing it here, but boy, the low yesterday was 15. I should ask, are any of you using the Market Explorer? One of the reasons I don't is because I can't put a sound alert on any one of them, number one, okay? And I think they're more geared for, I think there are a couple of, this is the 820 cross. I guess that would be an intraday. But I can't share it as something if I don't have a sound alert. So, but I'm just wondering, anybody using this and to their advantage? Boy, Groupon keeps moving down. 2208 is the next low looking left. All right, ABC up. Let's take a look. Let me see what sort of alerts you're getting. And are you using it for intraday trading? Intraday trading? Okay, let me take a look at it. ABC up. Okay. And what is it looking for? So what is this looking for? Is that a pattern, ABC pattern or something? And is this a short? Well, it says up. So does that mean you're shorting it or shorting a top or you're going long these? Going long, okay. Hey, listen, if it works, great. All right, guys. Yeah, I couldn't even type it in. Just got so much going on now. Oh, I see. Nice drop. I know you're shorting this one. All right, guys. It is now 3:01, so I am going to just put the announcement in. I'm just going to put myself. I'll be here, but if I have to hop on the mic, I will. Okay.
Greetings, everybody. Happy Wednesday. All those good things. Sorry, making an adjustment still here. Hmm. All right, see if that's a little better and a little clearer there. I think my sound was coming in muffled for some reason. My screen a little clearer too. All right, so late day live Q&A here for Trade Ideas. Um, I don't come with anything pre-done as always. You folks drive the content here with your questions. So fire those away for me. Take a look at the overall market. SPY is right back up to that 457 level. That's a pretty big deal, I would say. Continues to be a pretty big deal. There we go. Now my screen looks right. So I drew this line a while ago, and just seems to be a magnet for price action. So we're right back up at it. Yeah, 457 and change. As I always say, pivot lines are an approximation, not an exact. So alright, the silent treatment right away here for me. Well, we haven't done an around the market much recently, so we'll do that while hopefully you all coming up with some burning questions for me to answer here about the platform. So yeah, first we'll dive into the SPY here. Let's zoom out a little bit and get a bigger picture. I think bigger picture is always important here when we're looking at the overall markets. Um, I'll take a look at that in a second there, Michael. So yeah, as far as the overall markets go, there's a trend here that looks like it was broken. We'll see if part of a larger trend going back. If we were looking at a weekly chart. Is that, like we said, just a correction, or is it something bigger brewing underneath? I would say so far the companies whose earnings matter the most have basically crushed it, with a few exceptions. I guess PayPal is one of them. So for now, I think we continue to remain in sort of a range. We can't look at the SPY without looking at the RSP. It's going to be more. That's not more equally weighted. It's just simply equally weighted. And then so here we have the RSP, and we can see here a little different. I would go with a shorter term trend here that was broken versus longer term trend here that we were riding. But same kind of concept, just range bound. We got to this range here last year, making that new all-time high. We stayed in that range for most of last year. We popped out of it, popped in it, popped out of it, and popped right back in it. And now we're trying to pop back out of it again. So for now, chop and slop for the overall market, MDY. Same concept here. Even longer range though, I'd say. So, there's the MDY making a new all-time high there. We tried to take it out up here, but couldn't hold it. Back down in the range we want. Pop just below it. Pop right back in it. So, oh, did they mention that? Perfect circle. Yeah, I don't know what hash. I think Sean went to give me the mic, and he fat fingered and blocked me. I'm not blocked by the Trade Ideas account, so I think it was just for that space. Not sure what was going on there. So, all right, we'll put the market roundup on pause now. We got those. So Levi's. And I would suspect that, you said Levi's popped after the other day. Sorry, I believe this was the other day right here. And we've done that since. And I would suspect that retail's done the same. And so has the overall market. So as the saying goes, rising tide lifts all boats. XRT. And yeah, very, very similar. Now the retail is down today itself, so Levi, I guess, is bucking the trend from that. This was the other day. And so Levi bucking the trend today from the rest of the XRT. I might see what's happening. Not a whole lot I got in today. Support. Lots and lots of support. And all right, so Don finished setting up the connection between Interactive Brokers. What is your recommendation? Test Holly and the IB paper account. If you're doing it in paper with IB, Don, just do it like you would, what you're looking to risk, like as real world stuff. That's my recommendation. When you go to move to live trading, then I suggest risking very little to make sure it translates to live trading well. That's what I suggest. So yeah, glad you like that perfect circle. Hope we get a bigger following than that. In the coming weeks and months, we'll see what happens. Now, Don, are you familiar with how to set Holly in automation? Because if not, here's a video that I did a few months back, and this is going to show Holly setting up in our simulator, but all the concepts apply exactly the same. Just instead of selecting our simulator, you select IB paper, all those things like that. So if we're looking at Brokerage Plus here, all right, you go to Brokers and you go to Interactive Brokers, and when you go to Connect, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Whoop. Sorry, my settings are saved. All right, this is what I want to do. Here we go. All right, when we go to settings, all right, you have TWS Live and TWS Paper. Make sure you're selecting paper if you're going with IB Paper. Ignore IB Gateway Live and IB Gateway Paper, all right? TWS Live for live. Make sure you have the right port in the API settings of TWS for whether you're going live or paper. Once you're there and you're going to set up Holly, you come to the Holly tab that's here. You right click, edit long instructions. It's going to edit the instructions for all long strategies, and then it'll do the same thing. We'll right click and edit short. If you're going to enable re-entry longs and shorts, then make sure you get in there and edit those instructions too. All right. And inside these instructions, it's the same short and long, just, one's short and one's long. You got to select the account here. You come to edit, and your account will be here. If you're connected to the broker, the account will be there that corresponds with the broker. And then from there, you're going to position size. You're going to decide, am I going moderate or conservative? And then you're going to position size, whether you want a fixed amount of dollars you're risking, fixed amount of shares you're buying, or you're risking based on the stop loss. Your order type, limit or market. If you go limit, what your offset is going to be, and you'll save that. And as long as you also, once you have that all done, if you save your default layout as this, then those instructions will be there forever and ever. All you have to do each day is enable the strategies. Right click, enable selected strategy, or you can always click highlight, enable 8 strategies or whatever it is that you want to enable. And the only, after that, if you want to change the trading instructions, it's the same thing. Edit long instructions again. You'll make whatever adjustments you want, and you can, of course, save those to your default layout too. And in case you're not familiar, or for anybody else not familiar, there's 2 different types of saving for TI. The one that's going to save all the settings that you've done, like a Brokerage Plus setting, or if you've been marking up charts with lines or annotation text or things like that, that's going to be File, Save Layout, and you save it as your default here. All right, that's where you'll get that. Okay, that's not the same as if you go File, Save or Share to Cloud, and click Entire Layout. Your Brokerage Plus settings won't be saved there the same as they are in your default layout. Your default layout is what loads every single time you start Trade Ideas. Alrighty. So hopefully that's clear. If there's anything I missed there for you, Don, let me know. I can always go back and, I think the video does a decent job of going over all that, but, fire away those questions. So, all right, Bill, could you build a scan example for where Bollinger Bands and Kelter are both getting tighter? Interested in daily. You got it, Don. Well, we don't have Kelter as a filter. I don't know, was it Bill? There was another bill that was in here a few months ago that was looking for something similar, and we gave him a custom filter for squeeze, essentially. Was that you, Bill, or is this a different bill? There's been several bills that have come and gone on me. So, all right, Bill, let me know if that was you or that was not you. Okay, perfect. All right, are you familiar with customs at all? And I don't really want to dive down the customs here because first off, I am no custom expert. So this may have to go to email. This is your second day here. Okay, so customs are something that gets really advanced. Essentially what it is, it's not a code compiler, but we have short codes that exist within the system. And those short codes can be referenced and turned into customs, essentially. So like, for example, we don't have EMAs, so you can't build an EMA formula. But, you can take different SMAs and put them together, or, different filters and put them together and make true and false statements or if-then statements, so on and so forth. So if you are familiar, you're saying you're familiar with how to load a custom formula. Okay, so here's this custom I'll give you. Give me a second, I gotta find it. And it's going to be a true or false, all right? And this is essentially looking for what you're doing, but you're just going to ask it to return stocks that either do it or that not return a stock at all. And so for true or false, once you load that, all right, you're going to copy and paste that into your custom custom formula page there. Once you've done that, reset your connection. You're going to go, account, reset connection. Once you reset the connection, then that custom formula will be in any scan when you search. So if you right click and you come to configure, and it'll be whatever you name it. So for example, mine is called squeeze, I believe. So there, squeeze. All right, your custom will be labeled different than mine as far as the icon goes. It's going to be based on what's in your cloud. You'll add that filter. You can call it whatever you want inside there, and you're going to put a 1 for the minimum. All right, and that's essentially saying that's a true statement. All right, and that the stocks that are returned meet that formula's true statement. And that's essentially what you just asked for, is what that custom is looking for. So stock has to be doing that to show up on the scan once that filter's in there. Hopefully that all makes sense. Let's see, Peter, you said, when looking up gap scanners, define volume today. Well, we have two different volume today filters there, Peter, so I'll go over both of them. So the two main ones here is volume today, meaning shares, how many shares the stock is actually traded, all right? And then we have volume today percent, and this takes a 10-day average and puts it into a percent form. And so that means that, if a stock did 100% of its normal volume for 10 days, it did, yes, if a 100 was returned, that means it's doing its normal volume. 200 would be 2 times its normal volume. 300 would be 3 times its normal volume. So for example, we took this filter here and we add that filter to a scan, and I would put a 100 here. That's saying a stock has to be doing at least its minimum volume for the past 10 days to come through the scan. If I put a 200, it means it's got to be doing 2 times its normal volume, 300, so on and so forth. All right. The other filter, which is this here, volume today, it's simply just asking you, it's simply telling the scan to say, scan for stocks that have traded this many shares today. So, if you want, 100,000, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, that's 100,000. You want a million, so on and so forth there, Peter. Volume today will include the pre-market. That will include the pre-market. We don't currently have a code to reference only pre-market volume at this time. So volume today is the entire day. It's something that's been asked for several times. Hopefully, at some point in the future, we will be able to add that as a filter. But adding filters takes adding tens of millions of data points, essentially. Just one filter adds tens of millions of data points to the software. So unfortunately, adding filters is not just flipping a switch for us. You can run it on either a top list or an alert window, Bill. It's just if you have an alert window, all the filters will have to be satisfied. And then, of course, you'll have to have the alert or the event happen too. Where if you're just doing a top list, it's just the filters are satisfied and that's the end. It's returning every stock where the filter is satisfied. The alert window, if you're not familiar with the difference, so the alert window has a selected alert here. So for example, in this scan here, crossed above resistance is my alert. If you go to the search and alert windows, any of these that you see the single icon like this, those are all alerts or events. So that event has to occur with the filters met at the same time. Yes, Debbie, I don't know to what degree, because I've loaded some topless window or alert windows that have an incredible amount of columns and not run into any issues. But if we look at, here's my performance monitor right here, it tells me how many columns are being used somewhere, right? Rows, that's what rows means. All right, so you can see what I've got going on for rows right now. Rows and grids, sorry. It's a combination of the two. So that's what I have. That's the what my knowledge of that is on there, and I've loaded. So here to show you, I've shown this before and I've shared it out. And if anybody wants it, just put it in the chat. But I'll this stocks like this template here. I mean, that's got a lot of rows on there, and my performance monitor isn't, it's not done anything here. It's not red or yellow or anything like that. So it's looking good across the board here. No, rows will be this here. So watch. Let me bring over my Brokerage Plus for an example. So you have all of these, then this, then this, then this, then this, it goes across this whole thing here. All these things start to add up. So with all those, I get, 100 and whatever. Because there's no record count for Brokerage Plus. And there's no record count for alert windows as well. Oh, interesting. Okay. I wonder why that would be then. Rows, topless, time frame, set record count. See if it affects through what's going on here. I don't see anything so far. I changed record count there. It didn't do anything. Let me try this. Tools. No, sorry. New topless. Alright, so there goes 211. It brings me up to time frame, set record count. So that increased it. So there you go. Yep. Rows. So I wonder if the 44 rows and okay, I think I know what the 44 rows is in Brokerage Plus now. It's going to be each one that counts down. Yep, that makes sense. Alright, so I got a handle on what that is now. It won't work right. It's a true or false statement is what that custom is doing. It's saying, is the stock doing this or is it not doing this? If it's true, 1. You could put a 0 in the max for false, but putting a 2 in either one of them the custom won't work anymore. The custom is specific to a true or false statement. So like, let me scroll back and look. It's, basically it's saying, the SMA 20 plus standard deviation 20 times 2 is less than 10 SMA plus an average true range times 1.5, and SMA 20 minus standard deviation 20 times 2 is greater than the SMA 10 minus the ATR times 1.5. So the double and there is making it a true or false statement essentially. Yeah, you can edit that, of course. That, it's not set in stone what's in there. And like I said, I'm not really, that custom was given to me. Not I did not create that, so that came from Michael Noss. So editing it is above my knowledge base. But when you have customs questions, you can always send to info@trade-ideas.com, and it will get routed between all the team here. Do you have a Twitter account, Debbie? Oh, is Facebook reporting? Let's get a chart up of that. Right. So if you have if you have a Twitter account, Debbie, and on a mobile device, I mean, I can't show you on this here really. Um, there's what's called spaces at the top of the, if you, any accounts that you follow or anyone that you follow, if they're in what's called a space, it's like Clubhouse, only Clubhouse is now dead, I believe. And that's essentially what it is. Um, I don't know, do I bring my Twitter over? So this is essentially what you're going to want to look for. You're going to want to follow the Trade Ideas account that's here, okay? And it's recorded now. The space isn't live. You can find it on your desktop as well, but we can't bring up any speakers from the desktop. But essentially, you just have to be following one of us or the Trade Ideas account or all of us or whatever. And we tweet out sometime on Wednesdays, a pre-link saying that we're going to be going on at this time. We usually go on at 3 p.m. Eastern on Wednesdays. Um, yeah, I mean, you can do it desktop or iPad. I mean, we bring up people to speak sometimes if they want to. So it has to be a mobile device to be brought up as a speaker. But if you just want to listen, you do it on desktop. Just check on the Trade Ideas account. I don't know. Let's say sometime after 1 p.m. or something like that, Eastern time on Wednesdays, and we'll have a link up to join it when it goes live. All right, Eric, I'm getting different results when I set my filter criteria to be more inclusive. Do you know why that might be? Uh, no, I'm having a little trouble with what you mean exactly. I believe Steve referenced you were going to be coming over here. Let me see if I can discern between what you said and what he said. No, he didn't say anything. He just said you were coming. Um, okay, so you've got a multi-strategy window apparently. Let me load that window. Okay, so if we right click, we come into these strategies. All right. Each one has a set of alerts and filters in it. So, it's going to obey whatever's in here. So, for example, if we come to this one, wow, there goes Facebook. Holy cow. Adios. Hardly knew you, Facebook. Um, so you're using a heartbeat alert, all right? So what's happening here, Eric, is every 5 minutes this is pulsing out to the server to return all the stocks that just meet these filter criteria, all right? So as stocks do and do not meet that criteria, they're going to come or they're not going to come. It's not like a regular alert window will work with a time-stamped alert saying, hey, this stock did this at this time. Whether it's a new high or new low or a check mark up or standard deviation break or something like that, on top of all these filters being satisfied at the same time. So all this is doing is every few minutes it goes bang out to the server and says, hey, every stock that meets these criteria, please bring it back to me. So stocks don't stay still. Their price changes, market cap changes, volume changes. All the different volume metrics change. So as those change, you're going to get different stocks coming in every few minutes. And I suspect that's going to be the same for all of these here. So if we right click and we come into any of these strategies here, all right, same thing, heartbeat here. So, if you want to just scan based on these items here, I mean, what you could do is just create a top list instead and get rid of the heartbeat essentially. So this is what we can do. All right, we can go. We'll do this exercise here. So our top list update every 30 seconds. So it's going to go back and forth from the server every 30 seconds and give you every stock that meets the criteria of the list. So if you like a particular scan in here or a particular setup, this is what we can do. A few different items here. We can go new, we can go top list, and it doesn't matter what the top list populates to because it's going to become one of these scans, all right? We're just going to press OK, all right? And here's a top list. It's whatever it is. Like I said, it doesn't matter. We can right click and we'll just use this first one for example. And we're going to go to collaborate on this scan right here, right? This minimum move 20-40 up, right? And we click collaborate. And this gives us this URL here. We can copy this URL. We'll press OK. And now we'll right click the top list window and we'll go to collaborate here, okay? And we got to get rid of this URL here. You can't just delete it when it's highlighted, unfortunately. You got to re-highlight it. Then you can delete. Now we'll right click. We'll paste the URL here that we copied from the multi window, press OK, and this top list will now be called exactly what it was over here. And if we right click the top list and come into configure, you're going to see all your window specific filters with those values are all here now, okay? And this will go back and forth to the server every 30 seconds, and if a stock meets your criteria, boom, it's here. As Steve's saying, another suggestion, 5-minute high is also a really good one. So what you could also do is this. We could come in here and we're going to just isolate this one strategy. So I'm going to open it up as an alert window here. All right, so that strategy is just now isolated. If we right click and come into configure and we go search, 5-minute high is a good one because as long as the stock's making a 5-minute high, you'll get it. Wow, Facebook's getting crushed right now. Sorry, I just love to see it. So let's go with 5-minute high, all right? And we're going to add this alert, okay? And now it's going to bring us to the selected alerts. We're going to get rid of heartbeat. We're going to take 5-minute high. We'll press OK. And so now anytime a stock makes a 5-minute high, all right, and these filters are met, you'll get a time-stamped alert saying, hey, at this exact second, this stock did exactly what you asked me to look for. Versus the top list is just going to say, hey, these are the stocks that meet your criteria, these 30 seconds, and 30 seconds later it'll up again. Yes, I'll keep all my personal opinions about all the social media stocks, prices, and what's happening to them. All I'm going to say is that obviously people do not like what they are doing at all. You look at anybody, Snap, Facebook, Twitter, pins, all of it, forget about it. All getting woodshedded hard. And the public has spoken. So let me know. Okay, gotcha. Is there a way to have, with the 5-minute high alert, only return symbols that is made a 5-minute high as well? Well, it has to. That event has to happen in coordination with the filters. If the event doesn't happen and the filters are met, you don't get the alert. That's how the alert window works. So that's where the separation comes between top lists and alert windows, is the fact that that top list will only, that top list only needs to look at the filters, where this is an and statement. This is a new high and, whether it's a new 5-minute high, 15-minute high, new daily high, whatever you want to put, that new high and the filters have to be met. So that's where the big difference comes in with that. How is Holly doing today? Not well. She had a really great run for 2 months, and this week, for some reason, she's continuously tried to short nat gas, and I'm very upset with her for that. I mean, she had a really fantastic run from about the middle of November till literally last Friday. A couple of bad days here and there, but it is what it is. So, but let me know if what I'm explaining, Eric, makes sense, because I don't want you to, go and play around with things if I'm not making sense to you. The software is so vast and versatile. You can get lost in a lot of stuff, which is fine as long as what I was explaining to you makes sense. I don't want you to go off on a goose chase that doesn't make sense here on you. That's all. I just want to make sure that you're getting something solid to work with. TRD, yes, Holly is our AI. So she didn't do well today, to say the least. Wow, that is just something. No, I think that's a great way to do that, Peter. Look, here's the thing. I think Holly is best. There's a few ways to slice and dice Holly. One, you can use her as a watch list all day long. She makes an alert early. Maybe it is. Maybe she's early on it, or maybe she's late on it. So you use Holly in that sense as a watch list during the day. I also like to use Holly in the sense that is she going all long? Is she going all short? If she's going all short, are the trades working? What does that tell me about the market overall? What does it tell me about positions I might be holding separate from Holly? Things like that. That's what I like to look at, with Holly. No one way to use her, that's for sure. So that's a great way to take advantage and get a look at her. And also, Peter, you won't just have that. You'll have the ability to back test your own scans if you want, your own alert windows. You can only back test alert windows, but great feature for some people. Other people don't see a value in it, but no true traders are the same. So, and then Eric, it makes sense. Yeah, so I would suggest to you a couple of things here, Eric. I would run this as a top list. Kind of take a look at your results. The issue people don't like with top lists is that there's no way to know what's new on the list necessarily. You could have 50 stocks that are on there all day long, and they're not looking like they're moving. But here's the beauty, Eric, with the top list. Have you seen our racing feature yet, Eric? As a matter of fact, our live stock racing. Because that live stock racing may just work great for you and what you're trying to do with top list. It's kind of difficult to show in the after hours, but I think you may find it kind of a big deal here. A big deal for what you're looking at. So essentially, this is what happens. I can't really run it right now because it's after hours. It doesn't run the same. But this is what happens. Bring it up here. So you're saying how you want to look at things moving in a 2-minute change, and so what you can do is, we see here that the scan has columns, and whatever columns you add here is what you can sort basically on this window. So for example, these are all the columns that are here right now, but I can go ahead and add, if we do this, if we right click and configure, and I come to search, and I want to see change from 2 minutes. So I type 2 minute, all right, and here's our change 2 minutes in percent, okay? And I go show column there, all right? So now that columns here is an option, all right? And if I right click this here, not right click, sorry. Yes, right click, but right click and I go to launch real-time race, there's all these different things that I can sort on now, and I added the 2-minute column. It wasn't here before. So I can do it based on this, and I can sort with the delta value, okay? and if stocks are going on and off the list. So what this is going to do is going to take all the stocks that are populated on this list and run them in a race. And whatever's moving based on what you chose to look at it by, you're going to see that car racing across the screen. So let me see if I can make something real fast here, kind of based on what you're trying to do. Get rid of all this stuff here. And where's my bar? So if we go new and we're going to go topless, I'm just going to kind of create something randomly here, all right? Let's see, change 2-minute %. We're going to show that column. And let's go with search. And go with 1 minute volume here. So all I'm trying to do right now with this is essentially find stocks that are moving actually in the post market. So let's see. Anything really moving in the post market? No. I want to show you what this race looks like and how it's going to help you. What can I do here? What can we do here? Post market. Let's see if that gets us anything here. All right, here we go. So, all right, we've got these here that are all on this list here. See if we can find something moving. If we right click and we go to launch real-time races, all right, again, we can put up to 20 cars in here, so that means the top 20 stocks that are on this list here, all right? We can select a time to run it for, and again, we're going to go 2-minute change, and we want a delta value here on this. We'll replace cars, and we're just going to hit the button. It's going to count down because remember the top lists are a 30-second refresh, all right? So it's going to count down to figure out what's going on in this 30 seconds, and then it's going to go live afterwards. And the stocks that are really making moves are going to, the cars are going to race across, and you can click on any of these and load the chart by clicking on any of them. Now, when you're running the races during the day, it's a lot more effective and better to see than I think what I'm going to be able to demonstrate here. But here, we can see Flex is moving now, It's got a move over the last couple of minutes here. And so we can see, look here, we can see that this move is happening live right now, but none of these other stocks are really moving currently, all right? And so you can use the top list to really narrow it down to what's actually moving, because we can look at this grid here, we can look at this data set that's here in this grid, but, nothing's moving up and down, and there's no way to know, what's really happening here, So anyways, I think a top list and running it as a race might be really beneficial for you there, Eric. You do have to be on our latest public beta to run this. So to get the latest public beta, you come to our website. So, here's the website. All right, you go to download. And this is for anybody that wants to be on a public beta. As you scroll down, the first thing you come to is our production version. As you scroll down, all right, you're going to get a lot of notes here. I always suggest reading these, even if you just kind of, glance over them or gloss over them. But these are all the changes that have been made in the software since the last update. Scroll past all this and you'll come to newest public beta, okay? Then you can download that and run that. And again, there's going to be notes under here about all of this. And links to the user's guide now. They really redid all this. Jamie and Bill really worked hard to make these notes a lot more legible, and so you can understand them with pictures and links and all those things like that. So all that will be here for you under those notes on the download page. So I think you will do well with that stock racing feature. No way to link lists. There's no multi-top list like there is the multi-window. But you can just, if you come into configure, you can make it whatever you want. Whatever the price range you want it to be in here, with all those filters. And then, just like I said, whatever's up at the top is what's going to end up here on the race. And if things are moving according to what you're sorting on, what you want it to be, you will, you'll get those results here live. I'll be honest, I didn't get to dive into the stock races much when they first came on. It was hard for me to understand what we were trying to do with it. And then a couple of days ago, I started messing around with it a little bit more, and I was able to see how this works in separating winners from the pack based on what I want to see, whether it's a relative volume or price increase, change from open, change from close. Anything that we can have as a column is what you can see the cars racing across the screen on. And these things are going to become more customizable. I don't know what we're going to put on there. I don't know, a bear and a bull for moving backwards and forwards, or ticker symbols, the actual, symbol of the company. I know that Dan and Brad have things in the works, but, one step at a time with all these things. So, all good stuff there. Can you explain us a little bit more about the strength alerts for investing RSI, SP 500? And works, do you need to be behind the stocks all the time? How do you choose stocks? So I would say this: choosing a stock, like anything, is you have a trading plan. How would I personally do it? This is how I would do it, and then you can do what you want from there. But let me load up a Strength Alerts channel. And I'm guessing you want the Strength Alerts channel, or do you want me to go over the scan itself? I'll start with the Strength Alerts channel, and hopefully I'll have time before I got to run out of here. Dock channel bar. I got to resize this. Hold on. So the first thing I would do is, this here. We got the welcome screen. Eventually, my computer will catch up with what's going on in the real world. So we take the welcome screen here, and we start to look at these stocks here, right? And look at these levels that have been suggested, and then I would start to put these on my own charts and start to draw my own lines and decide how does this fit into what I'm doing for trading. Yeah, my pleasure to help, Eric. We do this every day. I do this personally every day at 3:30 Eastern. We do something similar to this at noon Eastern every day, but you get a different personality in there every day, and I'm the fill-in guy for the noon Eastern one. So, Monday is Sean, Tuesday's Michael, Wednesday's Steve, Thursday's Jamie, and Friday is Andy. And if any one of them are off for any reasons, I take over from there, when one of them's off. But, essentially what I would do is I go stock by stock like I would anything else, and I look at how these things are going to fit into my trading plan, or how my trading plan fits into them. So CNP, for example. All right. I'd bring this up and I would say, looking at this here, you can see it was something that I already had a line on. It's something I've been watching anyways. And, first off, what's my time frame? All right. How long am I going to hold this for? Where am I looking for it to go to this side that wants me to exit? Where am I looking for it to go on this side that wants me to exit? And what here makes me want to enter it, These are the things that I would, these are the questions you have to ask yourself in order to get any trade, let alone the strength alerts. Or to enter any trade, let alone the strength alerts. So those are the things that I'd point you to, TRD. You're going to want to look at the sectors that they're involved in, I would say, and how those sectors are holding up compared to the stock, or I should say how the stock is holding up compared to those sectors. Things like that. And like I said, the trade management, all right, the idea is returned to you here with some thoughts already on this here, based on some levels that we're looking at. So we'll come back up to CNP, and, Michael here with the algo, these are the lines that we're looking at here. We can see that there's clear resistance going on right here, all right? So if we clear that resistance like we have now, that looks like possibly we've got more room to run. Like anything else, it could clear that and reverse right away. But the one thing that stays constant is whatever you decide a stop to be. This is just a suggested stop by some recent support that's gone on down in this level here. And then the same thing, I'm going to get rid of this here. Let me get rid of, what am I looking for? So this is the strength alert scan itself that's in the Market Explorer that you can get to too. And each day you can decide, how does any of these work into my long-term or short-term outlook. I've short-term traded a lot of this stuff, to be honest with you. Look, Dell, that's a strong overall looking chart here, all right? Obviously got rocked with the rest of the market here. I rocked as a relative term once again, on some of these down draws, all right? But, we can see we've got a trend that's intact. We can draw this trend back a little further. That's a terrible trend line, but I think you get the point of what I'm trying to do there, all right? How this stuff works for you and what you're looking at with it. And for those that, again, I'll refer you, if you want to use the Market Explorer, you have to be on our latest beta, what I showed before, and you go to New, and you go to Market Explorer, TIQ, Trade Ideas Quant, that's what that stands for, all right? And you get a window like this, and there's a user guide link that's going to come right up if you need some help with this, okay? But like everything in Trade Ideas, every single thing in Trade Ideas is essentially a right click. Right click and you have all these options and start going through them. And you have all the different scans that we've pre-built, and really Michael's pre-built, and put in this for all of us, all right? And you can go through each one of those scans, and if you want to know more about the scans, the Market Explorer user guide is where it'll tell you what these scans are looking for. So, all right, we are at the middle of the hour. I do have to run today, Wednesday. As always, I thank you all for jumping in, hanging out, talking, chatting. Hopefully everybody got something out of this. Like I said, I do this every day, every market day at 3:30 Eastern. I'm here, and you get a different guy every day at noon Eastern here. Thank you, Mike C. Barry has a stream. I believe he's opening the stream now, even on this side at 8 o'clock Eastern each morning. He'll run till about noon Eastern each day. Like I said, you'll get one of the other trader guys here at that time. Barry takes it back at 1 o'clock Eastern, and then I come back as well. Always a pleasure, Debbie. Trying to get everybody, what they're looking for out of the software, best that I can anyways. So I really appreciate everybody coming in. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday evening, and I can't wait to catch you guys back here tomorrow. All right, thank you so much for watching. We'll